so if I...
It's not live. Will they hit? No turn on. Oh, they're all on. They're ready to go. On, but they're muted.
Oh, okay, so Doug. Doug. So how do we get them to turn on?
We turn them on.
And
They'll all be live once the meeting starts. Okay. So we'll chatter like that.
Okay. I'd like mine on. I want to get this party started.
Where's Matthew? This one here?
Matthew's right there.
May 18th.
All I need is for them to turn the mic on.
Where's Doug? He's over there. You're on.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. I think we're at capacity and perhaps then some. So I would just ask people to be seated. There are some people, there will only be standing room, but I'd like to get started. So I would like to call to order the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of Tuesday, May the 23rd. Before we get started, the Brandon School Division acknowledges that the Brandon School Division is located on Treaty 2 land, the unceded territory of the Dakota, and the homeland of the Red River Métis. We have an agenda before us. I would like to have a motion to approve that agenda. Trustee Foley, Trustee Duncan Ross, are there any changes to the agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's carried. We have the minutes of the previous meeting of May the 8th. Can I have a motion to adopt those minutes? Kim, Brianna, are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's carried. We have no in-camera items. So we will move to item 3, presentations and communications. But before we get started, I would like to welcome everyone. It's good to see so many members of our community present. And I trust that this will be an orderly meeting. Before we get started, I'd just like to set some housekeeping rules. First of all, with regard to use of cell phones and other recording devices, Bylaw 6.3 prohibits the use of all video, audio, and or recording devices by members of the public. But I would remind you that the proceedings are already recorded and they're archived and they're accessible to the public following the meeting. Also, signs are allowed. It would be a little late for that, wouldn't it? Signs are allowed unless they're disruptive. We don't want blocking anybody's view or anything like that. When we get to the delegations and petitions, each delegate is allowed a maximum of 15 minutes to speak. And after the delegations and petitions, as is the practice, as is our policy, trustees will be able to ask questions for clarification at that point. We will have discussion at a later point in the meeting. Okay, so again, my working assumption is that members of the public and trustees will behave in an orderly manner, and there will be no need to require anybody to ask to leave or to be removed from the meeting, as is provided for in the Public Schools Act. Okay, so we have communications for action. Now, we have received an enormous number of emails and letters, so it is not possible to read them aloud, and I apologize because I did early on, a couple of weeks ago, suggest to people that that might be a possibility. But what we're going to do instead is we're going to provide a summary of the topics and the comments. So correspondence was received. This is the first communication prior to getting into this. Correspondence was received from Dana Heeman, Recording Secretary, QP Local 737, on May 7th, requesting permission for Jamie Rose, school bus driver, utility worker, to be absent from his workplace 3 days per week from September 1 to June 30th of 2024. QP Local 737 will reimburse the Brandon School Division for loss of wages, benefits, and so on. And that is referred to motions later in the meeting. Now, correspondence that was received in response to the delegation on May the 8th by Ms. Lorraine Hackenschmidt, requesting a committee to be established to review books in the Brandon School Division libraries. As I said, we've received many, many emails and letters. So, as of Friday, May 19th at noon, is that Friday? 289 emails and letters were received at the division office. And of those 289 emails and letters, there were 6 responses in support of forming a committee to review books in the Brandon School Division libraries. So as I said, we're going to summarize the responses that we received, both those supporting and opposing the information provided by the delegation. But I also want to point out to you that those numbers really do underestimate the total number of letters and emails received, both those supporting and those opposing the delegation. And this is due to the fact that emails were sent inconsistently. That is to say, some were sent only to the division office, some were sent to the division office and to trustees, some were sent to all trustees, some were sent to 1 or 2 trustees, and so on. So, nevertheless, by far the preponderance of communications were in opposition to the delegation, but don't take that 289 and 6 to the bank, okay? Because that was the number we had received at the division office at that point in time. So Jim and I are going to take turns summarizing what we did receive. This is going to take a bit of time because there were a lot. So from those supporting the delegation, these are just a summary of the most salient comments. I'm reaching out in full support, standing firm in solidarity with the kind, courageous woman who presented to the board regarding banning books from schools' libraries. Please take time to go through the books. Many are absolutely vulgar and have no place in education. I fully support banning books. I thank those trustees who will vote in favor of doing so as well. Hoping and praying long and often, please stand for what is right and ban the books. I truly believe that there's a concerning number of books that should not be available for small kids. I do support the idea of creating a committee to review those books. As a parent, we expect our children to be educated in school, meaning math, science, ELA, and history. The school has no right in pushing sexual education on children, especially without any parental consent. The lady who gave the delegation at BSD on May the 8th has it 100% correct. You as a trustee need to consider the criminal code regarding child pornography laws, section 163.1. Of Canada's Criminal Code. As a Brandon resident taxpayer, I give my support for Lorraine's request for a committee to be formed to review in detail the book she cited. We need to ensure the resources in our schools' libraries adhere to what our kids should be learning at school: age-appropriate reading, writing, math, spelling, and life skills. The availability of anything that at all sexualizes children of any age is troubling and has no place in the library's classrooms. Jim?
Okay, opposing the delegation, banning books. As the educational authority of our city, it is your duty to make sure our kids are represented and supported, and removing books from libraries is not the way to do so. That shows them that they are disposable, that we don't value them, and that we will not protect them. That is not the message any school board should want to send to children of an already marginalized group.
Okay, folks, we're going to have to not do that, or we're going to be here till next week.
Banning books that help children learn about their physical, mental, and emotional health is the wrong move. BSD should not be encouraging bigots, but instead encouraging children to learn and cultivate reason. Libraries enhance accessibility of so many fundamental human freedoms. Banning books goes against the fundamental principles of education and free speech. Students should be exposed to diverse ideas and perspectives, even if those ideas challenge our beliefs or values. By banning books, you will be agreeing that librarians, library staff, and educators in your own school division are groomers, pedophiles, and indoctrinates for merely giving children access to information, to books, and to lessons that will help them grow, develop, and think for themselves. As the guidelines of the Canadian Federation of Library Associations Intellectual Freedom Committee state, it is the responsibility of libraries to guarantee and facilitate access to all expressions of knowledge and intellectual activity, including those which some elements of the society may consider to be unconventional, unpopular, or unacceptable. Look at the societies and regimes in history that have banned books, and decide if you want to be lumped in with those terrible and oppressive establishments and stand as a beacon of love and community for all people. Banning books is the first step in a dark path. Please choose the light. Books support kids, keep them safe, and let them feel like they aren't alone, so they do not kill themselves. Books can empower, books can enlighten, books cannot change their gender or their sex. Our children are growing up in the world. It is a lazy parent who tries to mold the world instead of molding the child.
Thank you. Okay, so these comments are just kind of organized into topics, so this is also opposing the delegation. Censorship is not education. Banning the books that Hackenschmidt mentioned is censorship, plain and simple. Representation matters, and that censorship of important content is dangerous and belongs in a totalitarian dictatorship. Removing content relating to the LGBTQ+ community brews uncertainty and apprehension in our children and does not aptly prepare them for the world which they will be joining. Students need to feel that they are included and safe in the school environment. I'm asking the Board of Trustees to do the right thing and ensure that all students can access reading materials that will be a comfort, inspiration, and positive challenge to them as they journey through the Brandon School Division. To deny students this right would be tantamount to, at best, censorship, and at its worst, a hate crime. Censoring books would counter the division's legal and ethical responsibility to provide a safe learning environment. We would also ask that disinformation and discrimination are rejected, not applauded. If a parent or guardian has an issue with a book a child is reading, it is their responsibility to address that with their own child in their own home. Stand up for what is right and truly put children and youth first. Promote and enhance a safe and inclusive learning environment as outlined in Bill 18, the Public Schools Amendment Act. The selection of books should be the responsibility of the library, and that questions that children may have regarding the books should be fielded by their parents and caregivers.
The next category was LGBTQ+ content. Every child matters, and all children should be able to identify themselves or family members in books in classrooms, and that means including grade-level appropriate books. Picture books are an amazing resource, and LGBTQ+ content. Erasing LGBTQ+ people from books is saying that they are lesser people. Representation matters, and inclusion saves lives and improves mental health. Reading diversity and seeing different types of people and perspectives is essential for kids and teenagers to become non-hateful adults. School divisions in Manitoba have an ethical responsibility to provide safe spaces for students. This is well established in both legislation and policy. The Human Rights Code prohibits discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. As well, the safe and caring schools. Respect for human diversity policies emphasizes that schools are responsible for protecting the rights of 2S LGBTQ+ students and families in the services they provide. If books about queerness are successful in making kids queer, then I should be a heterosexual given all the heteronormative heteronormative content I was exposed to as a child. The points raised by this person are categorically false and represent a grave threat to the health and well-being of 2S LGBTQ+ students and allies within the Brandon School Division. These authors who wrote these books are human beings who spilled their love and thought into every page. They are trying to make it accessible for youth to understand themselves and relate to others as they grow up in a world that is still filled with far too many adults who waste time modeling judgment over prioritizing acceptance and belonging.
The next topic is follow BSD policies. Policy 1, BSD vision, values, mission, and policies. Respects, honors, and protects the rights of each child without discrimination of any kind, irrespective of the child's or his or her parents or legal guardians' race, national or ethnic origin, religion, language, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, socioeconomic status, physical, social, emotional, intellectual ability, and beliefs. The Board of Trustees believes that every child is entitled to a quality education, free from discrimination, irrespective of race. That's just the same thing. We won't go over that one again. I had a short one. Jim.
That worked out. Trustee conduct. I am deeply concerned that a trustee praised the courage of Hackenschmidt and her delegation, thereby validating a platform that is grounded in misinformation, discrimination, and censorship. Courage is reserved in my book for children who struggle with their identity in the face of bullying from classmates and even grandmothers like Hackenschmidt herself. As stated by Chairperson Ross, trustees are not supposed to respond to delegations. There was a clear violation of the stated process of board meetings. The response of 2 trustees is even more concerning when one considers Brandon School Division's own policy concerning human diversity that states that all individuals have the right to be treated in all matters solely on the basis of their personal merits, and that Our division is an inclusive community in which staff, students, and visitors feel welcome, accepted, valued, and empowered to engage, learn, and contribute fully, and thus will share their unique viewpoints and life experiences for the benefit of all. Are these trustees oblivious to the policies held by the very school division that they represent? I would like to point out the sheer inappropriateness of a trustee to comment at the end of the presentation. The trustee's personal opinion on the matter was made very clear. Individuals that feel this way towards any marginalized group in our community should have no place on a committee that makes decisions about our children's education and futures. All right, like, seriously. I understand the emotions that are going on in the room right now, but we need to get through this, so please. Can anyone show up at a meeting and target a community, one that is protected from discrimination under our Human Rights Code, in this way? Could someone speak for 15 minutes and use that time to attack any other marginalized group? I find it hard to imagine that you would all sit silently and allow this. Contrary to what one member of the board was quoted in the media as calling courageous, the position taken by this delegation is its opposite. Standing up to those who seek to limit knowledge, politicize sexual education, and demonize members of the 2S LGBTQIA+ population is the truly courageous move, and it's one I implore the other members of the BSD board to take. Real courage battles fear. It's not motivated by it, and it doesn't foment it.
Next topic, inaccurate information in the presentation. This committee should read that presentation critically, by which I mean using faculties of critical evaluation as we teach children to do in school. First, I speak on behalf of parents and grandparents. I suspect that you will have seen letters in the editor in the local newspaper that dispute this. 2, 22 countries united to stop Joe Biden imposing LGBT education on children. This is reported according to a report by the Center for Family and Human Rights, an organization which advocates a number of conservative religious values and advocates against a number of evidenced public health policies. 3, remove materials that warp innocent minds before their brains mature. We've been down the path of banning books with vulgar language when Catcher in the Rye was considered controversial. One of my favorites. Innocent minds are exposed to murder and suicide in Romeo and Juliet, but there is no evidence that people become murderers or die by suicide because of exposure to William Shakespeare. Hackenschmidt identified passages from Morrison's novel, but omitted Sophocles' rather famous play about incest, Oedipus Rex, Oedipus the King. 80% of children outgrow trans identification. This is a largely discredited claim. In practice, this signals that most children who explicitly discuss gender identities, for example, I wish I were a boy, will not pursue trans identification. On a similar note, 100% of children who read about Harry Potter outgrow the belief that an owl will deliver news that they are a wizard. Isn't this confusing for a child? Just as it is difficult to explain the complexities of physics to very young children, so too is it difficult to explain biological truths, such as a scientific fact. The majority of people will have XX or XY chromosomes, and from that, we identify female and male children. However, a small number of people will have XXX, XXY, and the fact that their bodies exist cannot be denied. For an excellent overview of scientific observation of more than 2 biological sexes, please read any number of resources from biologist Anne Fausto Sterling. False conflations of diversity-affirming ideologies, in parentheses, with, or in quotations rather, with grooming, trafficking, and pedophilia. There are, however, significant reports of child abuse from Catholic priests and recent reporting of sexual abuse in Canadian hockey clubs. If the proposed line of development is pursued in the name of protecting children, is the next proposal for the BSD that religious demonstrations should be banned or school sports eliminated. Reading is a protective factor for all children. not a risk factor. We use books to read metaphors and parables and understand different perspectives and imagine what life might be like. We use books to learn to see the possibilities of the world, the light and the shade, the opportunities and the consequences. We use books to escape fear, escape bullies, escape stress, escape poverty, escape loneliness, escape boredom, to find hope, resilience, comfort, wealth, connection, and joy. In parts of the world, girls are not allowed books. Is that where this is headed? Education in Brandon is only for some? Exclude the others? Haven't we already learned lessons in Canada about a centralized, dogmatic, racist morality imposed on education? Aren't we still digging up truths that make us ashamed and heartbroken for dead children who weren't allowed to be themselves? Hackenschmidt's proposal may represent the views of certain residents, but should be read critically and noted for cherry-picking, conspiracy theories, and logical fallacies. There's overwhelming evidence available from peer-reviewed sources with rigorous methodologies demonstrating the benefits of representing diversity in health, sex, and relationship education for school-aged children. Lessons learned in Manitoba, Canada, and internationally about diversity in society, education, and citizenship come at a greater cost to Brandon and community when they are ignored.
Points about the Canadian Centre for Child Protection. Having reviewed the public video and the remarks made by Lorraine Hackenschmidt, we want to advise the trustee that the information shared was a gross misuse of C3PS resources. Our child networks, our child rights framework, how we are failing children, changing the paradigm, specifically addresses the removal of images and videos posted online of children being sexually harmed and abused. The information regarding exposure to sexually explicit material was also taken out of context. This information, as noted on our site, protectkidsonline.com, is specific to children coming across adult pornography online. C3P does not support or condone the ways in which our resources were misrepresented, and we were deeply troubled to see them used in this way.
The next comments are with regard to South Central Regional Library. South Central Regional Library has been dealing with these same types of delegations this past year, accusing us of promoting pornography and child sexual grooming. If you feel you'd like a little more context on this, please feel free to contact me. These people are relentless, and you must stand by your policies and give them no ground. Please accept this letter as my support for the South Central Regional Library. In the words of the American author Judy Blume, I believe that censorship grows out of fear, and because fear is contagious, some parents are easily swayed. Book banning satisfies their need to feel in control of their children's lives. This fear is often disguised as moral courage. They want to believe that if their children don't read about it, their children won't know about it. And if they don't know about it, it won't happen.
From the Women's Resource Center, the presenter cited numerous sources that are openly anti-LGBT and anti-trans in nature, as well as misrepresented studies on child sexual abuse images and child exploitation online. In doing so, the presenter caused direct harm to the 2S LGBTQ+ community and perpetrated the reach and misinformation and falsehoods around gender and sexuality. We are and remain concerned about the potential implications of this presentation, as well as regarding the seeming support it received from at least one board member. Having free and equal access to information is a critical part of learning, and that includes access to all types of books in school libraries. Further, education and access to information are fundamental human rights. Attempting to silence discussions on 2S LGBTQ+ subject matter by removing books from school libraries does not stop children from being curious on those topics, nor will it stop those discussions from happening.
From the Brandon University Faculty Association. Call for a task force to challenge and ban books from the Brandon School Division that include gender, sexuality, and queer content. There's something wrong with that sentence.
Yeah.
We at BUFA denounce all misinformation and patently false rationales for such a task force presented by Hackenschmidt during the trustee meeting as well as the trustees who applauded and supported this presentation. Central to our consultation and mandate are our commitments to promote, represent, and protect diversity in higher education, which includes the right of social institutions such as schools and libraries to serve all members of the public. Our membership supports the rights for young people to read books that represent diverse identities, and we support the freedoms of librarians to build representations in their collections. We stand together with the 2S LGBTQIA community in promoting acceptance, inclusion, and dignity for all members of our community. We stand in solidarity with our colleagues, the librarians and teachers in our public school system who work to create a safe and nurturing learning environment for all of our children.
From Brandon University Gender and Women's Studies program, we invite trustees and any others who were swayed by the delegation on May 8th meeting to review this material and build their understandings from facts, accurate information, and critical reasoned analysis. To help defend against and minimize such devastating outcomes as those discussed in these reports, 2S LGBTQIA+ representation offered in books can help at-risk students find the understanding, acceptance, and inclusion necessary to thrive as successful students and empowered individuals. Berchka Marta, students' experiences of discrimination based on gender, gender identity, and sexual orientation at post-secondary schools in the Canadian provinces. Casey, Bill, Health of LGBTQIA2 Communities in Canada, reporting on the Standing Committee on Health, released June 19th, House of Commons. Jaffrey, Brianna, experiences of violent victimization and unwanted sexual behaviors among gay, lesbian, bisexual, and other sexual minority people and the transgender population in Canada, 2018, released September 19th, 2020.
And from the Manitoba Teacher Society, the Manitoba Teacher Society, representing 16,600 public school educators across the province, stands in firm opposition to the banning of reading material from schools and libraries. We acknowledge that parents have every right to make determinations about their own child's reading material. However, they do not have the right to determine that for others. A ban such as the one proposed by the presenter and their supports has fundamental safety implications for public school teachers. Students count on schools to be safe places, especially in the case of 2S LGBTQ students who are especially vulnerable. Books that reflect all students and all families are essential to students' personal growth, citizenship, and allyship. Removing library books that reflect a child's identity is like erasing that child, which has devastating implications. Okay, we will refer that to business arising later in the meeting. This brings us to item 4, report of senior administration.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Given the number of items in front of the board this evening, the senior admin report is reduced to the minimum requirements. Included are the suspension reports, community connections, and staffing activity. This report is respectfully submitted for your consideration, action, and information.
I move that the report be received and filed.
Can I have a seconder for that, please? Blaine, is there any discussion? Questions? All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. That brings us next to governance matters. 501, we have no committee reports this evening. That brings us to 502, delegations and petitions. So we have a speaking order. I would remind people that each individual has a maximum of 15 minutes, and we will stop you after that. So we will begin then. Our first presenter is Jason Foster, Brandon residents.
we're just starting then. Well, I would first like to thank my English teacher in pre-AP English for teaching us about annotating. Look at this thing. This is marked up. This is marked up. So thank you very much. My name is Jason Foster, as she said. I would like to speak to you today about the matter of book banning. And I would first like to congratulate and thank all of you, no matter your opinion, no matter your stance. Thank you for coming out today. Thank you for coming here and caring enough. Thank you for not submitting to apathy. I speak to you for a matter of the censorship of affirming content, a matter of our lives, being able to walk down the street, of a youth being able to grow up with the knowledge that the way they are feeling is not a unique or bad experience, that youth who are feeling as though they are transgender should not hate themselves. The kids who are different should not fear it. To the concerned parents attending this meeting today, I applaud you. Thank you. It is brave to stand up for what you believe, and I commend your concern and compassion for your children. I do not stand up here to ridicule your concerns. I speak to ease them with understanding. First, I wish to address the fact that being transgender or LGBTQ+ is not a choice to be made. If it were, then people would not choose it. I have been told that the only way I would make my parents proud is if they found me hanging in my living room because I am transgender. I have been threatened and yelled at because I am transgender. I have been called a mentally ill girl, a freak, a tranny. So many kids are on the streets because they could not change the fact that they were LGBTQ, and transgender kids are denied health care unless they use their birth name. We do not want to be abused. We do not choose to be kicked out. We do not make the choice to be abused and ridiculed. If by simply choosing not to be LGBTQ, we could just stop, we would. We cannot. And here's the reason that books, that normalization, that education must remain in place. Growing up in an environment where people's identities, where children's feelings must be suppressed and kept on the hush-hush, where even to pick up a book containing an LGBTQ positive viewpoint is banned, it will be terribly detrimental to our lives. Intolerance and silence breed a sense of something being wrong or dirty. These children are not feeling this way because they're sick, because they're wrong, because they're being abused. They simply feel this way. And if they cannot speak about it, if content that contains a like-minded individual that validates and signals the way that they're feeling is not something to be hated, if that content is banned and suppressed, they will think something is wrong. They will think something is wrong with themselves. Children will hate themselves. Children are going to kill themselves because they cannot change how they feel. Children are going to die because they believe their existence is wrong. Children will lay awake at night wishing they were dead because of the way they feel. Kids will kill themselves. They will hate themselves. They will try to force themselves to change, and they will find they cannot. They will hate themselves. They will get angry. They will become depressed. They will hate themselves and their bodies. The children you are trying to protect will die. We are not sexual deviants. We are not trying to be special. We are not dangerous. I am a person. I like Westerns. I like watching movies. I like reading. I write stories. I listen to a lot of music, and it just so happens I am transgender. I do not feel I am a girl. I do not align with my sex. The reason I call myself a male does not lie in my genitals or my chest. Those parts of my body cannot speak. Only my brain can have conscious control of my body, and every thought I have, every time I think of my gender, I know I am a male. This is not because of the books I have read. I have endured abuse. I live with memories of harsh, horrible words every day. I have been told to end my own life. I have been told that I am mentally ill. At the young age I was, if I could have simply stopped the abuse by choosing not to be transgender, I would have done it. I couldn't, and I hated myself. I wanted to die for many, many nights. If I had died, I would have become just another statistic. but I have learned to live with myself and those around me. I have learned to love myself, that I am a human being, that I can be a person too, and I couldn't be happier living my normal life with all the great teachers, friends, my parents, and mentors I've met along my way. I couldn't have learned to love myself without help from the media and books containing people like me in it. I couldn't have learned to love myself without friends who are just like me, who share my experiences. I couldn't have learned to love myself without the education that it is okay to feel like I do and to live the way that makes me happy. And through all of this, I have never made any permanent changes to my body. I changed the way I dress. I changed the length of my hair. I changed the shirts I wear. I changed my name in my friend circles. Those who know me call me he. This is something to take special note of. Permanent change does not need to occur for a child to be happy. If a child is feeling as though they are a boy when they were born as a girl, or they are feeling like a girl when they were born a boy, how do we respond? How should we respond? How do you talk to a small child who feels they are different? Should we deny how they are feeling, telling them they will grow out of it? Should we shelter them from LGBTQ+ content, fearing it will brainwash them? Should we yell at them, get angry that they are not normal? Should we tell them that they're only doing this to make us angry, to test our patience? These are the reasons that transgender people kill themselves. The things I have just listed are common experiences of transgender children. Children deserve our support. Things that they say, things that they do, especially young kids of the age of 5 or 6. They know no better than what they feel makes them happy. If a child says they are not a boy, not a girl, we should not yell at them. We should not brush them off. We should not fear it. These books should not, cannot be banned if we care at all about the safety of our children. Parents, teachers, students, friends. I do not forget that I talk to human beings, to fellow people, citizens of Brandon. I speak to students of the Brandon School Division, concerned parents, concerned students, and teachers, and to you, all of you, you who chose to attend this meeting. I thank you. And so I stand here today as a fellow human being, a concerned student, a transgender man, and I say this: we do not want hate, we do not want abuse. And banning books, banning media that depicts LGBTQ people in a positive light will say that being LGBTQ is bad, that being LGBTQ is a thing to be feared and hated, and kids are going to die. So please, protect our children.
Thank you, Jason.
Can I sit down? Thank you.
Next, we have Melanie Sucha, President of the Manitoba Library Association.
Good evening. My name is Melanie Sucha. I am Chief Information Officer at Brandon University and President of the Manitoba Library Association. With me tonight is Richard B., Manitoba Library Association's Director at Large of Advocacy, and Erica Martin, MLA member and Director of the Western Manitoba Regional Library. The MLA provides leadership in the promotion, development, and support of library and information services in Manitoba for the benefit of our members, the library and information community, and ultimately the citizens of Manitoba. We have joined together as MLA's delegation to respond to the May 8th, 2023 call from a member of the community to consider the removal and future censorship of books with content focused on gender identity, sexual health, and sexual orientation from Brandon School Division libraries. As with other recent censorship challenges in Manitoba libraries, we wholeheartedly reject this proposal.
My name is Richard B., and I have been working in the library profession for 15 years. For 10 of those years, I worked at Brandon University's Johnny Robbins Library, and I graduated from BU in 2015. I also possess a Master's of Library and Information Studies, conferred upon me by the University of Alberta in 2017. At the previous BSD Board meeting on May 8th, a delegate gave a presentation where they falsely equated 2S LGBTQIA+ materials selected for school libraries as being a source of, quote, pedophilia and, quote, child grooming. They also falsely equated this material as being pornography, falsely invoked the Criminal Code of Canada, and under the dubious pretense that these materials are harmful to students, asked for the removal of materials already in school collections and that a committee of parents and trustees be formed to prevent materials with this content from being added into school library collections in the future. The Cambridge Dictionary defines censorship as being, quote, the action of preventing part or the whole of a book, film, work of art, document, or other kind of communication from being seen or being made available to the public because it is considered to be offensive or harmful, end quote. This definition of censorship precisely defines what the May 8th presentation called for, which is the censorship of library materials that individual delegate considers offensive and supposedly harmful to others. This delegate's presentation, which could be reasonably labeled as hate speech in addition to being a call for censorship, is an affront to our association's guiding principle of inclusivity and acceptance. It is also an affront to the basic human right to intellectual freedom, which is the core principle for libraries regardless of what community they serve. For a school division, even consider censoring information for children when they are most in need of this very information being targeted for censorship is a moral and ethical outrage that cannot be accepted in modern society.
Good evening. My name is Erica Martin. I'm the Director of Library Services for the Western Manitoba Regional Library. I'm an MLIS trained librarian with approximately 12 years of experience working in public, government, hospital, and school libraries. I actually started my career in Neelan High School, and I loved every minute of it. Fundamentally, whether we're talking about public or school libraries, libraries are inclusive spaces that aim to provide access to information that's inclusive of all of our communities. The resources found in libraries have been chosen carefully to be diverse and answer questions on different groups, emotions, thoughts, and concepts. Books provide solace for those that have shared circumstances. They provide valuable information. They teach empathy and understanding, and they help people freely form their own ideas and opinions. Children are inquisitive, they're curious, and they chat amongst themselves. We can't control conversations they have on the school ground, but when some of these conversations bring out questions about what that all means, information sourced from an award-winning, age-appropriate book on sex education, like Sex is a Funny Word by Corey Silverberg, for example, is a far superior source than what they might Google on their tablets at home. Each subsect of libraries organizes their collections in a way that's appropriate for their patrons. For public libraries, this is the most commonly known Dewey Decimal System, and school libraries follow this method as well. Often, elementary school libraries are organized with age group and grade groups in mind. Pathfinders and staff will help guide students to the appropriate areas of their library. This is where I want to make a note where in the past few years there have been cuts to teacher librarian roles, library technician positions, and overall a tendency towards filling the roles with part-time EFTs with individuals with no library training. The Manitoba School Library Association website notes that collection diversity in schools is best achieved when supported by a qualified teacher librarian. So So if there is a concern on library collections, how they're presented, organized, and selected, I would urge that rather than strike a committee aimed at removing titles, perhaps focus should be placed on ensuring those working in school libraries are provided relevant library-focused training that allows their work to align with BSD policies. To end, I just want to say that I do not support the censorship of these books or these topics. I do not believe in the censorship of books, period. Thank you.
Manitoba Library Association has been involved with response to library censorship and library defunding attempts in the province for several months. Such calls are not only contrary to our profession's values, as Richard has mentioned, these calls are not only contrary to the aims of public libraries and public schools, as Erica has described. These calls are so deeply misleading, false, and contradictory in their nature that we indeed question if there is not something else at play. These calls are advocating a version of freedom that comes at the cost of everyone else. In discussing the community members' call to Brandon School Division with respected peer organizations, Brandon Pride, Brandon PFLAG, CERC, Brandon University Faculty and Senate, and with the Western Manitoba Regional Library Board, and with our association members, we conclude that such calls are deliberate attempts to propagate hate and bigotry. These calls attack the professionalism, credibility, and intentions of writers, publishers, librarians, teachers, leaders, and any organization or individual who doesn't share the narrow worldview. These calls oppose access, equality, diversity, inclusion, equity, and dignity. These groups want to deny the experience and the very existence of people in our communities and the province, and will pressure local institutions and leaders to act on false narratives, feeding off any moral panic they can create. It will not stop with books. The Manitoba Human Rights Commission issued a statement on May 17th, including the following. The call to remove books depicting 2S LGBTQIA+ experiences does not reflect the goals of and purpose behind our public school system. It not only undermines our ability to teach acceptance, respect, and understanding, it also makes learning environments for 2S LGBTQIA+ youth and their families isolating and unsafe, and allows for the perpetuation of harmful stereotypes. The Manitoba Human Rights Commission spoke with the Manitoba Library Association at our association's conference on May 18th and reinforced the statement. The lack of representation and information in a library collection, deliberate or not, passively excludes groups in that library's community. It harms. The elimination of representation and information is a deliberate and knowing harm, actively depriving community members of their sense of belonging within that community and with the information they need to be healthy and safe. The immediate direction forward for the Brandon School Division is clear. Entertaining these calls to review materials for removal would be wrong and would be a violation of the human rights of students in our public school system. Don't. It's that simple. The longer-term actions for BSD and for our community must also be considered. The public presentation on May 8th itself was a galling request. The board is structured in a way to provide public engagement and public transparency, but utilizing these engagement and transparency processes to bring forward hateful positions is an abuse of process. The comments made by Trustee Siklicki following the presentation were out of line with the board procedure of this board. On presentation responses.
Order, please.
Both actions were a gross breach of Policy 11 of this board, respect for human diversity. These actions have created hurt in this community. These actions have made members of our community question their belonging, their safety, their right to exist in this community. There is work to be done, repairs to be made, and trust to be gained. There are people and organizations here tonight who want that work to be done and who will help those repairs to be made. This board has every opportunity to make this a positive turning point.
Next, we have Penny Jones, Brandon resident.
Hi, my name is Penny Jones. I am neither a pedophile, groomer, or a sexual predator. What I am is a mother to a trans child. I have always told my children that school is their safe place aside from our home. If you, the trustees of the Brandon School Division, decide to form a committee to look at banning books of the LGBTQ nature, school will no longer be a safe place for my son. It is not courageous to want to ban books that you don't understand or that make you feel uncomfortable. It is courageous, though, to be your true self, despite knowing that people may not be on board with it. My child already feels uncomfortable in the body he was born with. He doesn't want to go to school in fear of misgendering. He went to school being his true self with his proper name and gender, and despite this was misgendered twice by a teacher. Banning books essentially is saying he doesn't matter, that who he is wrong. Education is a right in this nation, but if this continues, I am afraid that I will have to put him into an online school, which I should not have to pay for because of some people thinking that he is being coerced into thinking he is a boy. If it weren't for the book, Are You There, God, It's Me, Margaret, I would have had no clue about menstruation. I was too embarrassed to talk to my mom, even though she's wonderful and would have helped me through it. But forming a committee to ban books about gender identity so that kids struggling with this have no idea who to turn to is wrong. And really, I would rather have a healthy son than a dead daughter, which is a reality that parents of the LGBTQ community constantly worry about. But what do I know? I only live it. Be better, Brandon.
Thank you, Penny. Next, we have Allison Ranowski, Brandon resident.
Good evening, school board trustees, Superintendent Gustafson, Assistant Superintendent Gilleshammer, and Assistant Superintendent Zelinki. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to share my expertise on the integral role libraries play in my life as an English teacher and as the mother of 2 middle years students. Using these 2 lenses, I am offering commentary about removing books included in library collections that I consider to be essential. The library is a critical resource to me as an English teacher. It's a strange job, that of an English teacher. People often make erroneous assumptions about the content we are tasked to teach. Curriculum is often equated with a list of book titles or authors' names. It isn't. It's a collection of critical reading, writing, and thinking skills. Teachers carefully cultivate these skills with the hopes that students will apply them in their own worlds. It is my belief that a school division's library should continue to offer diverse and inclusive texts to support students' critical thinking development. It isn't possible for me to teach all the books in one semester, or even over the course of the 4 years that a student might be taking my English class. This is one of the many ways a library is a critical resource for me. As an English teacher, I aspire to be widely read. This is so that when a student expresses a curiosity about a content or a theme they see in literature, I can point to a title in our library with some knowledge about that text. This serves a few purposes for me. First, it creates a safe space for students to express an interest in a topic while feeling heard and validated. I can knowledgeably suggest titles that connect to a theme that they are interested or engaged in. Secondly, it informs me as their teacher about where their interests are. Perhaps there will be a moment where I can program in the classroom using something they might be interested in. Finally, and most critically, students know that I see them. I can refer an athlete to a book about the sport they're passionate about. I can refer environmentalist literature to our eco-warriors. And when I can point to a 2S LGBTQ+ text in our library and speak authentically about that story, I identify as an ally and an adult invested in the care of our youth. Removing any of those texts from the library removes one of my tools for advocacy. There is a power in representation in literature. When you are missing from that literary content, when you can't find yourself in a character or a conflict or a theme, you become marginalized. When discussing young readers and their literacy, there is a phrase, lexical impoverishment, which refers to early readers with limited banks of internal vocabulary to draw from while they are working to build their reading skills. What about the concept of idea impoverishment? If you only ever read a single story, you come to accept one view of the world. This limits your ability to question widely and think deeply. It also limits the ability to develop empathy, compassion, and awareness. As a mother, I want to give my children all the opportunity I can to care deeply and behave kindly. I am aware that if I want this behavior from my own children, well, of all people really, then I have a responsibility to model that for them. Keeping diverse resources in the library is one way we can continue to model inclusion and care for all BSD students. Without disclosing any industry trade secrets here, I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Your English teacher knows when you didn't read the book. Pulling sentences out of a book or from a website in the absence of context to suit your own agenda is ignorant. Any phrase taken out of context can be manipulated to suit an identified purpose. I can only speak for myself here, but in all earnestness, my agenda every single day is to show up and encourage critical thinking and share with my students that I care deeply. Truly, the work of a teacher is to educate, not indoctrinate. I am not speaking from a panicked place. I'm devastated that children have been hurt and adults have been hurt by the language that has been used previously, but I am aware of our policies on inclusion and diversity, which are well established. I am expecting an outcome that honors the human rights of my students. But ever the educator, I cannot pass up a teachable moment. My goal here tonight is to present myself as an informed and invested professional. I use libraries regularly. I read widely, and I teach passionately. If you have a question, if you have a concern, and you think my years of service to the Brandon School Division can help clarify your thinking, here I am. Please ask.
Thank you, Allison. Next, we have Dr. David Doherty, President and Vice Chancellor of Brandon University.
Thank you for your time. David Doherty, have the best job in the world being president of Brandon University. When Brandon University learned that the Brandon School Division had been requested to explore a censorship committee that might remove books from schools, we responded with a single word plea: don't. We don't believe in banning books. Teaching and learning means the sharing of knowledge, not withholding it. But there are many things we do believe in, and I also believe that these are beliefs that the Brandon School... And I also believe that these beliefs are held by the majority of the Brandon School Division. We do believe...
Stop! Order, please!
Please go. Please go.
Excuse me.
Can we have your attention?
Under the rules of the Public Schools Act, I'm requesting that that individual be removed from the meeting. Thank you. David, please continue.
And I had timed this at under 2 minutes. We do believe in our shared goal of educating our students to be thoughtful, considerate, and kind, equipping them to fully participate in the vibrant, diverse, and global society that Brandon and Westman is a part of. We do believe in our moral obligation to help realize the potential of every student. This means finding the right language, the right approach, and the right lessons to teach people, to reach people from different backgrounds with different strengths, with different goals and ambitions. We do believe in the power of learning, and especially in our public school system. Schools are an essential shared experience in society. Students come together from all walks of life and all neighborhoods to form friendships and bonds, to discover themselves and to prepare for the future. We do believe in the professionals who lead our schools: teachers, librarians, principals, administrative staff, counselors, custodians, coaches. These are people who have chosen to devote their lives to raising our next generation. They want to see our community's youth flourish so our communities can flourish. Let's support them. We do believe that our world's rich diversity, particularly in identity and authenticity, are something to be proud of. They know who they are. We should stand up for them. We do believe in standing against fear, misinformation, hate, and in demonstrating to our students that they in turn will be supported in taking a stance for inclusion, for truth, and for love. We do believe in our community. Most importantly, we do believe in our students. They are smart, curious, kind, and compassionate, committed and enthusiastic. Our students are going to make this world a better place. Why should we get in their way? I have faith. I have faith in the board that you will act like Spike Lee and do the right thing. Don't ban books.
Thank you, Dr. Doherty. Next, we have Deborah Kaplan, Brandon resident.
Hello, my name is Deborah Kaplan. I've been a family physician here in Brandon for the last 30 years. Young people who have questions about sexuality and their gender identity, banning books will not stop them from asking these questions, and it will cause them to turn to the internet for answers. If the last several years has taught us anything, it's that research on the internet can bring up a wide assortment of information. Not all of it is completely valid. In the case of sexuality, it can also direct young people to hardcore pornography. The internet is good for shopping. With a few clicks, all the banned books, along with the ones you may also like, can come to your door. These will be read without any adult supervision. The library has a carefully curated collection of age-appropriate books, along with adults who can answer questions and guide adolescents to relevant resources. Secondly, if the concern is that reading a book will cause an individual to get ideas or behave like characters in the book, then maybe we should be more concerned about literature depicting criminal activities. There seems to be no push to ban true crimes or murder mysteries. One doesn't hear about defense attorneys claiming their clients committed murder after reading Agatha Christie murders. Finally, sexual orientation and gender identity is only one aspect of who we are as individuals. One of the goals of high school is to help each student achieve their full potential. Who knows, maybe that transgender person could be the one to figure out a paving process that prevents potholes. But if they're spending all their time hiding their identity or fighting for their basic human rights, they won't have the time to study math, physics, and chemistry to go on to get into engineering, and all of us will live a bumpier life.
Thank you, Dr. Kaplan. Next, we have Robin Stewart, Brandon resident.
Hello, my name is Robin. I'm the parent of a student at Crocus Plains High School. I'm the expert in my child, and you are the experts in education. We are in a relationship together. We have 13 years together to do the best, not only for my child, but for all children within our school division. When our daughter was 4, our good friend Ohm decided that he and his partner, Dominic, would get married. And Sophie was upset. She cried. And then we cried because what kind of child had we raised that our 2 gay friends couldn't get married? That wasn't the case. She was upset because she wanted to know who was going to wear the dress. Because when you only expose your child to Disney movies, that's what you get. We didn't teach her about consent. We didn't teach her about equality. We didn't teach her what a healthy relationship looks like. And then a beautiful thing started to happen. More and more books were published that talked about healthy relationships for children at an age that was appropriate for their level. My favorite, Worm Loves Worm. Their biggest barrier to get married? Who would wear the dress? Where was this in 2012 when I really needed that book? Prince and Knight, would you like romance and adventure together? They have a book for that. And Tango Makes 3, the beautiful true story of 2 male penguins who are given an egg to hatch and to raise together. Families come in all shapes and sizes. and Esther the Wonder Pig that just happens to be a gay couple in a book about a wonderful pig. There are many things out there now for children to read. What was I raised on as a teenager? Barbara Cartland, Jude Devereaux, other inappropriate things for teenagers to read. Because I believed that I needed to be a virginal bride, that I would marry a rakish man who would dominate me for the rest of my life. Schools cannot go it alone, and we don't want you to. You have many partners in the room tonight, many parents in the room tonight, who want to help you do the best for children, for all of our children. What did I learn in school about sexual health? I watched a film strip in grade 4, sponsored by Kotex, about sanitary napkins, about the new improved sanitary napkins. No belts, no pins. How great. What did the boys learn while I was learning that? Who knows? Did they menstruate too? I'd never know. But what I did know coming out of there was that when I got my period, I could get pregnant. Immaculate conception, that's what I learned. I was going to be pregnant any day. What did I learn at home? My mom went to Catholic boarding school. Here's what I learned at home. Don't do anything stupid. And then I had a beautiful teacher in grade 12, Mrs. Jean Searle. I took family management. You couldn't take psychology back then. Family management, that's a good title. She told me that relationships would not be like a romance novel. My first time would not be lovely and beautiful and glowing. I probably wouldn't even orgasm. We should probably talk about masturbation. Great! I was learning something. Can I have those conversations with my daughter? Likely not. There are excellent teachers in the school division. There are excellent educators in the school division. And thank you to all of you who are in this room tonight who have been a part of my kid's life, because you have done amazing things for that kid. You've given her challenging texts. You've taught her to think critically. And what a barn burner to start the year out on. Fahrenheit 451. Whew! And what did we talk about? We talked about book bans, but we talked about, well, it just makes me want to read more about it. We didn't talk about what's going to happen when it comes, when the book bans come, when you ask for the book bans. How do we respond? How do we respond in a way that's compassionate and empathetic and supportive of everyone? We didn't talk about that. I'll do a better job of it. I will. And I appreciate that our teachers in our schools go out of their way to accommodate different learning styles, that kids in our classes can listen to books. They don't have to read them. That they can go to the public library, that they can access Libby and Hoopla, that kids can listen to a book and read a book at the same time. It does not take courage to call someone not in the room with you a pedophile. It doesn't take courage to applaud that either. I want you to know I am not a pedophile. I do work with books, and I do work with children, and it is the job I am meant to do on this planet. Find the book that fits the child. So here's what I'm asking for you. Don't create a committee to ban books. I am the expert in my child. We will think critically about what they read. You are the experts in education. The Ministry of Education has policy that supports inclusion of all students in schools. Continue to support that. And for the crowd who are with us today, check in with the libraries in your community, in your churches, in your nonprofits, in your community, in your neighborhood, in your basement. What's down there? Does it reflect the community, the friends that we have together? And this has really given me a great understanding of where trustees stand on issues that are important to me. I will ask more questions. I will think more critically about who's running for trustee. I will encourage my friends to come out. And this is my last point for the night. I asked my daughter about what I should talk about tonight, and she had good input to the things that I had said and changed some thoughts. And she said, "This is why school is important to me. It's where I can figure out who I am. I can try on different identities in a safe space. That's why school is important for kids." So thank you to those in the room who've created safe spaces for my child and for your children to be in.
Thank you, Robin. Next, we have Laura Crookshanks from Brandon Pride and Brandon and Area PFLAG.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Laura Crookshanks. By way of introduction, I am a retired social worker with 30 plus, I hate to say that, 30 plus years experience working directly in the mental health system and the educational system, both at Brandon University and with the Brandon School Division. I was administrator of clinical support services and later student support services. I've also taught human sexuality at BU a few times as a sessional lecturer. I'm also coordinator in retirement, coordinator of the Brandon and Area PFLAG group. For those that don't know, PFLAG stands for Parents and Friends of Lesbians and Gays. Our chapter is a member of PFLAG Canada, a national organization with the purpose to provide peer support, education, and advocacy for all 2S LGBTQIA+ people and their families. I'm also a member of Knox United Church, which is an affirming ministry in the United Church of Canada. And we work to educate and provide support in all areas of diversity. My husband and I have 2 children, grown children, who both attended school in Brandon School Division, and we now have 2 grandchildren in the schools here. I am making this presentation on behalf of Brandon Pride and Brandon and Area PFLAG. The ideas reflect a composite view of both organizations, and both organizations are widely represented here tonight. I listened to concern with the presentation made to the school board on May the 8th, and I appreciate the opportunity to provide another point of view along with some research and information. I will only comment on a few of the points raised, as I know you have already received considerable information from many credible sources to counter what was said. And I do have sources cited at the end of my presentation. Firstly, I take issue with the term LGBT ideology. I have no idea what that means. We never refer to heterosexual ideology. I'll leave it at that. Secondly, I want to comment on some statements that implied a connection between trans and pedophilia. Pedophiles, we know from research, are almost exclusively heterosexual men, and we also know that most kids who are abused by someone known to them. The research does not support a correlation between gender diversity, including trans, and pedophilia in the established scientific community and scientific literature. I hope I get extra minutes for the taking the applause out, because I'm taking my 15 minutes. The presenter referenced the Canadian Centre for Child Protection in her presentation, and we have already heard the response of the Canadian Centre for Child Protection and their concern that their research was misused wildly misused in the presentation. But I want to comment that I see this as an attempt to conflate the issue, to infer that there is a connection when in fact none exists. This is not only inaccurate, it is offensive. Thirdly, gender-diverse individuals have been around for many, many years. What has changed over the years is the validation of their existence. Indigenous peoples have esteemed and honored Two-Spirit people since time immemorial. That's just one example of gender diversity being celebrated by cultures around the world. The term non-binary may be a difficult concept for some people to understand. I would suggest that if people have difficulty understanding some of the terms the previous presenter used, such as non-binary, genderqueer, gender variant, gender fluid, that they educate themselves and perhaps talk to some young people in their lives, because probably the young people understand and could explain it to their parents and grandparents. Or visit the local library. And I would add that the same goes for the use of proper pronouns. Other attempts like gender identity and sexual orientation are also not hard to understand when you make an attempt. And I won't speak further about that because I know that CIRC is also making a presentation, and they are the experts in sexual health education. I want to reference the comments about Jazz Jennings' book. I didn't know much about Jazz Jennings when this first started, but I've learned. The book, the reference was that she regretted her transition. Jazz was really referring to the general mental health issues that she faced, which she was quite open about, not as a result of her transition. A very recent explanation from Jazz herself may be found on YouTube, as well as 3 articles in my source section. The previous presenter also identified that brain development is not complete until into the 20s. It should be noted this is a complex area of study. We all know that adolescence is a time of change. Anybody that's raised teenagers knows that. A time for young people to discover more about life, who they are in all facets of their identity. I believe that the best way to support young people in this process is to provide resources at their level of brain development and maturation, not to restrict access to the information, which can be helpful in the growing understanding of themselves. This is part of the function of school, particularly the role of school librarians. They are in a position to know their students, to develop a relationship with them, and provide appropriate resources for them. It is so incredibly important that young people see themselves represented in the resources, lessons, and books available to them in school. This is true for all students, members of the 2S LGBTQIA+ community, students of all races, students of all abilities. Also, for students who may be living in an LGBTQ+ family. There are books like Heather Has Two Mummies. There's books about having 2 dads. Those kids need to see their families represented too. The term gender dysphoria was used several times in the presentation. Gender dysphoria is the experience that people feel. It affects people in different ways. Some gender diverse individuals may choose hormone therapy. Some may not. Some may choose to wear clothes that more closely match who they are, use pronouns of their choice. Some may opt to have surgery, some not. Some people are limited by their choices by financial considerations as well. The term gender dysphoria is not meant to pathologize folks who are gender diverse, including trans folks. What we do know is that being gay or lesbian is not a mental illness. It was removed years ago from the DSM, the Diagnostic Statistical Manual used by professionals to diagnose a mental illness. Likewise, transgender is not a mental illness. I particularly want to provide some education and clarification about the process of obtaining gender-affirming care, which can include many things. An inference was made that there is sometimes no counseling and a quick determination for surgery. That does not reflect what happens here in Manitoba. For people of any age who identify as a gender different from the one they were assigned at birth, they must seek assistance from their medical doctor as well as a referral to a qualified psychologist. There is a process to be followed, an extensive process before any treatment is prescribed. This treatment may involve prescribing hormones to block puberty for younger people, or may cultivate in gender-affirming surgery at some point. I can assure you from my experience in talking to people who have progressed through this process that it is not taken lightly by either the individual or their medical team. The World Professional Association for Transgender Health, known as WPATH, sets out a protocol, and that's the standard by which medical staff must abide, including any medication prescribed. Part of the focus is also ensuring that the individual has community support during this process. So gender-affirming care is not just physical care, it's also emotional care. There is a government-recognized authority that oversees this process, which must be followed. And I think it's important that people understand what this process is. Schools have a responsibility to support all students. In my experience as a social worker over decades, I've noticed that young people are recognizing earlier that they may be gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, non-binary. We continue to hear stories about the bullying they experience, and we know that that's been prevalent for many years in schools as well as broader communities. It's important that schools and other organizations take this seriously and support all young people, and also to educate the other students about their responsibility to treat all people respectfully. I have seen people contemplate and unfortunately complete suicide when reaching their desperation point and they can see no supports available to them. I also know personally of young people who have been rejected by their parents continue with much courage to attend school and to graduate, due in large part to the support of caring teachers in their school. And that's courage. In reviewing literature in the field, I came across a document released in 2017 by Manitoba Education and Training entitled Supporting Transgender and Gender Diverse Students in Manitoba Schools. It contains a wealth of information. And as I'm not recently retired, but a long time retired, I'm not aware if there is a newer edition. But is the board aware of this document? It does have a specific section related to school boards and is maybe something worth looking at. There are many implications of banning books. I remember as a school social worker sometimes getting referrals from caring teachers who noticed a young person having a reaction after certain books they may be studying in class. Books about adoption, being a single mother, eating disorders, divorce, death. Does that mean that we should get rid of those books that may cause students distress because of something relevant to their life? Or does that mean that we should support the young person in working through the issues they may be facing? Those are not meant to be rhetorical questions. It should be apparent that we want the latter option. School should be a place where students are exposed to ideas and concepts and learn through their own reading, class discussion, guidance from their teachers. This is a better source of reading, as the other speakers have said, than what's on the internet, and which is rife with disinformation, or from their friends who may be no more informed than they are. GSAs, gender alliance, sexuality alliances, or gay straight alliances, or whatever other acronym they're using, are also a great source of information and support for all students, not just students in the 2S LGBTQIA+ population, but for all students, because they can learn about diversity, empathy, cooperation in this challenging world we live in today. GSAs, as we know, have been approved and have been functioning in this division for several years. I would hope that you consider the impact of removing books just because they have information about exclusivity. Think about what that says to the young person who's questioning or maybe identifying as trans. I have no doubt the message such young people would receive, and I think we've already heard this, is that they don't matter, that people don't want to bother to try and understand the challenges, and their support systems would be impacted. I have no doubt even that the discussion of this issue has been emotionally damaging for them, and it is certainly stressful for their families and their friends, as I can attest to by the number of phone calls I have received over the last couple of weeks. And it's also harmful for all the other students to hear adults talking disrespectfully about their classmates and their friends. And of course, it's not consistent with the Human Rights Code. Remember that censorship is a slippery slope. Books about gender identity and sexual health today, what's next? Given attitudes in certain parts of our country right now, we might also be concerned about people coming forward with requests to ban books about immigration, new Canadians, Indigenous issues, and there's undoubtedly other suggestions that could be raised if this door is opened. In my presentation, I've offered some thoughts and facts based on research. I now want to speak from the heart, and this is me speaking as an individual. I have several friends who are trans. They are amazing people. They are living their lives like anyone else, seeking friends, partners, job satisfaction, raising families, just like everyone else. They volunteer in our community. Some have supportive families, some not so much. They show amazing courage to live their lives as their true, authentic selves. I don't know if all board members appreciate the effect that opening a debate about banning books related to gender and sexual health has had on members of the community, the whole community and their friends. It will take some hard work to heal these hurts, to assure everyone that this board takes seriously their responsibility to provide appropriate education for all students and also to support staff. Staff members need to know that they are encouraged to support students without fear of reprisal or censorship so that they can do their job as educational leaders for all children. I hope that this board is led by their values framework and mission statement, and I'm not going to repeat it because I'm assuming that you all know it by heart, and it's been referred to a few times already. There's other relevant policies, of course, the Board Member Code of Conduct requiring board members to abide by the provision of all federal, provincial, local legislation, including but not limited to human rights statutes. There is the Respect for Diversity policy and the Safe Schools policy, all of which address the issue of inclusivity. What is this board doing and going to do to uphold and support their mission statement in regard to the banning of books? I have a concern about communication from this board. Your statement that came out right after the May 8th meeting, something like the operations of the Brandon School Division have not changed. The policies and procedures that direct the operations of the school division remain in place, including the resources that are available in schools, did not reassure students, staff, families, and the community members that the board was still serious about upholding their commitment to inclusivity. It led to increased anxiety about the possibility of banning 2S LGBTQIA+ content and the eradication of certain identities. The misinformation and innuendo presented on May the 8th affects all of us. I would suggest that you look at statements by Park West School Division and Louis Riel School Division as examples of clear commitment to safeguarding the rights of all. I think you need to say that. Thank you for listening to my presentation. As this previous speaker was, from May 8th, was asked to provide her notes to members of the board, I would be happy to provide mine along with the source citations should you wish to have them. In conclusion, please act responsibly and do the right thing. Reject the demand to form a committee to start banning books. Instead, look at how you can enhance services for all students, particularly the ones who have just experienced an attempt to eradicate them. If you follow your values, framework, and mission statement, the path should be very clear. No book banning. Say and show that you value diversity and inclusivity. Support all students. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Our next presenter is Javis Eisner.
Hello, everyone. I'm coming here today as a queer person. My name is Javis, or Ivy. My pronouns are it and its. I come to speak to this body because I felt it was important to try to give my understanding of where things like book bannings come from, to remind everyone, especially to us LGBTQ people, and those who want to think of themselves as allies in our struggle, that threats to our existence, big and small, are not something that comes from well-reasoned arguments, but from fear and hate and disgust. The demand to ban books in December might remind you of other related events, like in Winkler last year, which also demanded book bannings, a general rise in LGBTQ hate crimes, people feeling comfortable intimidating drag shows, laws across the border banning trans people from receiving gender-affirming care, or across the world in Hungary with Viktor Orban banning trans and intersex people from legally changing their gender. And it should remind you of these other things, because they are all about the same idea. No, it isn't about books. Most of the people complaining about the books haven't read them. The fact is, that these books have the language and tools for kids, whether cis or trans, straight or gay, to learn and grow and make sense of this complex and confusing world. But it isn't about the facts. What the demand to ban books is about is exactly what it was about when the Institute of Sex Research was destroyed in 1933 in Germany. It is about maintaining and forcing upon others a rigid understanding of gender. It is fear of what is different. When people like Hungarian President Orban was quoted on the 8th calling transgender people pedophiles, this rabid accusation isn't one rooted in facts or evidence. Thankfully for people like Orban, it is not about the facts. It is about the, quote, eradication of transgenderism, which comes succinctly from Michael Knowles, who Orban shared a stage with at CPAC, but it's a political convention. It's about seeing a threat to what they call normal and wanting to strike at it with political and physical violence when they can get away with it. People have and will come up today and talk wonderfully and eloquently about how these books are here to help all children, that they are in no way grooming children into being trans, that grooming kids into being trans in the first place is nonsense, that trans kids, their doctors, therapists, parents, and the people that love them know what is right for them way more than any stranger talking about how saying the word trans is indoctrinating them. I'm here to remind you and all the people calling for these bannings that the people who harass drag queens and who do much, much more, they aren't here for a debate. It doesn't matter to them if they are right or wrong. If they did, I'd hope that they'd at least spend the time to read the books. No, What matters is shifting the conversation in any way to put a wedge between trans people, gay people, two-spirit people, and everyone else, about poisoning the conversation so that there is nothing reasonable to say. It is not about the facts. The facts are that when you say transgender people are confused, that no child is in the wrong body, that they're fearfully and wonderfully made, this is the same as stating that there are no trans kids, that they are being manipulated, groomed by pedophiles into being trans. Does this body actually regard these ludicrous accusations as serious, well-reasoned concerns from someone who has done research? It shouldn't, because it is not about the facts. It's about hurting trans kids, about denying them access to the books that give them a better understanding about the world. And it's about all of it because transgender people, in our beauty, in our courage to say, this is who I am, threatens, scares, and disgusts people who can't imagine anything outside of a rigid understanding of gender. I hope this body reflects on what it wants to be. If it is the kind of body willing to further allow people who are antagonistic to anything that resembles a civil conversation, I, for one, do not think that someone blithely throwing out a quote calling transgender people pedophiles can bear the responsibility of a conversation like that. We all grow in our ever-changing bodies, and your body is yours to make as you want. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Javis. Our next presenter is Teresa Sherb, Brandon resident.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name is Teresa, and I am a mom in the community. I'm going to keep this short and sweet because there are a lot of people here tonight that are smarter than me and can articulate their thoughts and feelings better. But let me just say the reason that we're here today is complete malarkey. Listening to the speakers tonight, I have never felt more sure that it is vital that our kids are seen, they feel seen and are represented in our libraries and school. I was very disappointed and honestly shocked to learn of the proposal to remove certain books from our Brandon School Division schools. We cannot allow this to happen in our community. With my son starting kindergarten this year, I am new to the school scene, but very invested in this important conversation. Miss Hacken-Schmidt had one thing right. Yes, kids' brains are developing until their 20s. Thank God. They are very curious and seeking the knowledge to make sense of the crazy world around them. During that time, we have the opportunity as caregivers, the community, and schools to be fostering understanding and compassion. Maybe then we could correct the divisiveness that has taken over our world. I understand that she hopes to shield her grandchildren and other kids, but this strategy can make kids feel shameful and isolated, especially those who do feel different. And I think that's every kid that feels different. Books don't convince anyone that they are gay, bisexual, or trans. Books offer information, stories, and different perspectives. Furthermore, studies have shown LGBTQ+ supportive teachers and school staff have been linked to higher mental health indicators and lower depression rates in kids. Kids are exposed to all of these ideas anyways in all other forms of media that she is trying to censor in our schools. TV, shows, movies, art, it's all indicative of our current world. It is everywhere, and they will be interested, and they are interested in what's going on. There's nothing wrong with that. Pretending these issues and people don't exist does not protect their childhood. It makes them confused. Inclusivity supports compassion and belonging. We have this incredible opportunity upon us, not only to teach our kids about geography, math, and sciences at school, but also, more importantly, empathy and love. If anything, I think more books, more support, and more money should be distributed in our libraries. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Next, we have Dr. Alicia Farrell, Associate Professor, Faculty of Education, Brandon University.
Good evening, folks. By the way, there's a lot of beautiful rainbows in this crowd. I'm just loving that right now. I'm an associate professor in the Faculty of Education, and as many speakers have already said, we were disheartened to learn about the presentation at the last school board meeting in which a constituent requested that BSD strike a committee to review and potentially ban books, including ones with LGBTQ+ content in public school libraries. And I emphasize the word public in that statement. There were some familiar but harmful book ban tactics used in the presentation, and we think it's important to draw attention to one of them. As all of you know, sitting in front of me, Brandon School Division has a values, vision, and mission policy that states that trustees, all of you, respect and honor and protect the rights of each child without discrimination of any kind, irrespective of the child or their parent or legal guardian's race, national or ethnic origin, religion, language, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, etc. In an attempt to push all of you to overlook your school division's stated commitments to inclusion, the presenter used emotionally charged language, decontextualized references to the books under attack, and then made what I can only describe as an outrageous link to sexual grooming. It's important to note that the harm to students from such tactics is immediate. They create a hostile environment for young people who are already marginalized. In other words, hearts were breaking as the presentation unfolded because it sent the message that the stories of LGBTQ+ students and their families are not appropriate or worthy of school. As Dr. Ashley Delacqua puts it, and I quote, "Young people who have found themselves in banned books are being told their stories, their histories, and identities, their very existences are controversial. As their stories are hidden and argued about, their own lives are being put on the debate stage," end quote. In addition, book ban requests can exert a chilling effect in the school system. For instance, they can result in what's called soft censorship. Some examples of soft censorship include relocating targeted books behind a school library counter, or when teachers are pressured to change reading lists to avoid being unfairly targeted by a few vocal members of the wider community. The role of the public school is to give all children the chance to live a good life and to build communities that value equity, diversity, and inclusion. One way we do that is to have books on our school library shelves that represent the lived experience of all students, their families, their caregivers, and their friends. As researchers in the field of education, we know that books help children and adults to see the world through other people's perspectives, encounter new ideas, better understand themselves and others, and build empathy. That said, we in the Faculty of Education strongly encourage the board to deny the delegation's request to strike a committee to review and potentially ban school library books, and we ask the school board to make it clear and say it out loud that proposals that discriminate against students and families based on sex, gender identity, or sexual orientation have no place in Brandon School Division.
Thank you, Dr. Farrell. Our next presenter is Frank Jones, Brandon resident.
All right, firstly, I just want to thank all of you for letting me share my thoughts tonight. I'm not going to be able to do what everyone else did here today. It was going to be way better than mine. So, firstly, like I was said, my name is Frank Jones. I am a father of two. I am a husband of a BSD teacher. I'm a rural municipal councillor, a farmer, a member of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, a former Brandon University athlete, amongst other things. Now, throughout all these roles, my guiding principles have been acceptance and advocating for what I believe is right. And this has brought me here this evening. Our priorities as caregivers is to care for, educate, and protect our children, which I know for a fact our BSD educators do. They did not choose this profession based on wealth or fame, but for the love of educating youth. They care about our children and spend more time with our kids throughout the week than some of us are able to. They are educated and are doing what is best for our kids. They are not just teaching them to read and write, but giving them the skills to be open-minded, critical thinkers who will thrive in the real world when they walk out the doors in June. Let's trust them to do their jobs. Schools are meant to provide an inclusive and safe environment. Taking any literature from our schools that represent even one child or group based on hate and fear is a clear violation of what it means to be a caregiver. Lastly, I would like to address what was said on May 8th. Ms. Hackenschmidt stated she wasn't a lawyer, psychologist, or doctor. And I'm going to add one more thing to that list, and that's an educated researcher. Now that became clearly evident as she continued to speak. This person began her presentation on banning transgender books in our schools. Then it evolved into a platform to dehumanize and demonize the 2SLGBTQ+, nailed it, community. And further to that, use the type of rhetoric that promotes hate, harassment, and violence towards the community she is attacking. And to Trustee Sinlicki, sorry, don't know how to pronounce your name. You applauded Ms. Hackenschmidt and stated she was courageous for speaking up. As a school board trustee, that was a gross, misinformed use of the word. Being courageous is the ability to be open-minded and have self-reflection about your own prejudice and bias. The ones being courageous are the members of this community who are fighting every day to be accepted in a world filled with hate just because of who they are. And I just want to thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to suggest that we have a couple more presentations that will take us roughly to halfway through, and then we'll have maybe a 10-minute break. Okay? So I would ask our next presenter to come forward, Erin Hildebrand.
Good evening, everyone. It is much to my dismay that I have to be up here tonight. Never in my life did I expect to have to come to a school board meeting where people are trying to ban books. I didn't think that we were like the US, banning books, drag queens, and any 2S LGBTQ plus resources, but unfortunately it seems like we're heading in that direction. My name is Erin. I was raised on a farm in between Austin and McGregor. Both the elementary school and high school I attended were small and filled with conservative ideals, never once celebrating anything pride-related. Now that I am older, I have found the labels that fit my gender identity. I'm a pansexual, cisgendered woman. For those of you who don't know what pansexual means, it means that I could care less what's in someone's pants, and I care more about the person instead. As for the cisgendered woman, that means my gender identity matches the sex that I was assigned with at birth. From the age of 6, yes, the age of 6, I knew I was different, that I liked more than just boys. I knew that I could make a connection with anyone. The thing is, I grew up in a small conservative town full of bigoted Christians who like to push their agenda down everyone's throats. I grew up thinking that there was something wrong with me for being attracted to women as well. As I got older and heard more anti-2S LGBTQ plus rhetoric, it was even more ingrained in me that what I was feeling was wrong and disgusting. I would cry regularly, begging to God to take this feeling away, trying to pray the gay away. I would hyperfixate on boys to the point of crying over them nightly. Clearly, that didn't work. Throughout my school experience, I never had any characters, whether in books or on TV, who I could relate to. I didn't have any resources to help me deal with my feelings. Because of this, I turned to self-harm. The first time I cut myself was in grade 7. I still have the scars to prove it, which I would like to show you. I had no one to talk to. I had no resources at my disposal, so the best thing that I could do was take away the emotional pain and replace it with physical pain. By high school, inflicting pain became contemplating suicide. There were days where I thought of driving onto oncoming traffic or slicing my wrists in the back 40 so no one would find me. All of this because I didn't have the resources to deal with my feelings, the same resources that you're trying to take away. These books are educational. They're not vulgar or inappropriate unless you teach your children that proper anatomical terms like vagina, penis, clitoris, and vulva are vulgar. Do you know what that does to try and teach a kid-friendly version of a proper anatomical terms? You're literally setting your child up not to be able to tell you when they're getting sexually abused by other people. Kids need to know what appropriate touching is, what boundaries are, and what sex is. Because from experience, I know that kids in school are not being taught it properly, and I know that parents aren't teaching it properly either. And guess what? No matter what you're teaching your kids, chances are they're gonna end up having sex eventually. Now, regarding some of the books that were brought up, just kind of around Manitoba in general, the one book called What Makes a Baby is meant to be read to a child by an adult. It explains in simple, proper terms on how an egg and sperm come together to make a baby. It includes inclusive language and doesn't focus on male and female. The book Sex is a Funny Word talks about how sex can mean different things, how sex and gender are different, and what appropriate and inappropriate touching is, as well as setting boundaries for yourself. I know for myself, I hate hugs, so I let people know that I'm not a hugger. And kids need to know that it's okay to feel this way. The last book, It's Perfectly Normal, is written for ages 10 and up and deals mainly with puberty. I know myself, I didn't know about my body and how it would change as I grew. I didn't even really know how to deal with my period when I first got it, because talking about it is still so stigmatized. These books include illustrations of male and female bodies and how puberty affects them. They show all different body types, including disabled individuals. So it's important not to stigmatize and immediately sexualize people's body parts. What it really comes down to is the need for someone to automatically sexualize everything. Penises and vaginas are not inherently sexual. They are a part of important bodily functions. The penis and the vagina include the urethra, which has absolutely nothing to do with sex. The only people who should be accused of being groomers or pedophiles are the people who are automatically sexualizing children by sexualizing their body parts. These books are great resources for all students, even more so for 2S LGBTQ+ students. It helps them to feel included, to feel like they're seen. If I had the resources that you're trying to ban, maybe I wouldn't have self-harmed. Maybe I wouldn't have contemplated suicide for the 100th time. And to the people who think that having 2S LGBTQ+ resources in school will make your kid gay, I was raised with 100% straight people, and I'm gay as, I won't swear because we're in a school, but still. You claim you want to protect kids. All you're doing is leading them to suicide. To all the 2S LGBTQ+ people, you are wanted, you are valued, you are loved, and blood is not thicker than water. If you need a family who supports you, we're here for you. To the people who want to ban books, in the words of Heinrich Heine regarding the book burnings of Jewish literature before World War II, those who burn books will in the end burn people.
Thank you, Erin. Our next presenter is Tammy Tuckaluk. Tammy is the president of the Brandon Teachers Association.
Good evening, everyone. Before I begin, I'd like to take a moment. Classroom teachers know when they need to take a moment to let their class settle. Okay. Good evening, trustees, senior administration, members of the public, and guests. Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to present to you tonight and to use my voice, which is a democratic right of our society. My name is Tammy Tuckaluk, and I am the president of the Brandon Teachers Association. I am here speaking on behalf of the teachers of Brandon. At the last board meeting, a delegation came forward from the public requesting that the school board strike a committee to review and potentially remove reading materials from the Brandon School Division libraries. While I recognize that this presentation came from another member of the public exercising their democratic right just as I am now, I must object to the request that was made. Before I fully begin my presentation, I'd like to provide you with a list. Please think about what all these titles may have in common. Bridge to Terabithia, The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, Of Mice and Men, The Catcher in the Rye, The Giver, Goosebumps, The Witches, A Wrinkle in Time, Blubber, Julie of the Wolves, The Outsiders, Captain Underpants, Flowers for Algernon, Lord of the Flies, Green Eggs and Ham, Tiger Eyes, Harry Potter, To Kill a Mockingbird, The Holy Bible, The Face on a Milk Carton, The Adventures of Super Diaper Baby, Oliver Twist, Summer of My German Soldier, Draw Me a Star, Junie B. Jones, The Hate You Give, The Diary of Anne Frank, Twilight. What do all these books have in common? They can all be found in libraries in Brandon School Division. They have also all been challenged or banned in countries, states, or libraries throughout the world. I ask you all, though, how many of these titles have you yourself read? No one person or group has the right to determine what others read on their own time. That right is a fundamental to democracy and one that teachers value deeply and defend. Parents have every right to make determinations about their own child's reading material, but they do not have the right to make the choice for others. What one parent has decided is not okay for their child to read, another parent will decide is entirely appropriate. In my house, we watch Indiana Jones. We do not watch Austin Powers. But this is an individual choice by each individual parent, not one parent forcing their choice or beliefs on another. There will always be instances when an individual or a group objects to the inclusion of a particular item in a school or a classroom library. The list I referenced earlier in my presentation is just a small example. Our schools and school libraries are all under the purview of the Brandon School Division's policies and procedures. Brandon School Division's guiding principles state the Brandon School Division is comprised of staff and students from diverse communities and is committed to appreciating, respecting, accommodating, and supporting human diversity in all its forms. This commitment is based on the following beliefs. Recognition of the inherent dignity and of the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world and is fundamental to the public education system. Safe, caring, and inclusive environments are necessary to fulfill our purpose. Heterogeneous groups facilitate creativity, problem solving, and the exchange of new ideas as they enrich the experience of our students and staff. All individuals have the right to be treated and matter solely on the basis of their personal merits. Continually striving for actions that support this commitment will ensure that our division is an inclusive community in which staff, students, and visitors feel welcomed, accepted, valued, and empowered to engage, learn, and contribute fully, and thus will share their unique viewpoints and their life experiences for the benefit of all. AP 4535, Human Diversity. BSD policies state that Brandon schools are safe and inclusive spaces. In order to be a safe and inclusive space, all children must have access to materials that allow their minds to grow. Libraries are the windows to the world that enrich the mind. All children have access to reading materials through school libraries, as school libraries are open and available to all. Through books, children can see themselves, their families, and their cultures. They know that they are valued and worthy and that they belong. Libraries are essential to students' personal growth, citizenship, and allyship. Access to information on social justice, equity, diversity, and belonging is essential to the development of well-rounded citizens and allies. Banning books such as the ones mentioned in the media has real and significant implications for public school teachers who are responsible for including all students and families in their classrooms. Teachers have a duty to share with their students materials that reflect the diversity of society around them, not just one viewpoint. Teachers have a duty to educate children on provincial health curriculums that include gender and human sexuality. If diverse materials were removed from school libraries, then teachers would face immense pressure not to use these resources in their own classrooms. Teachers who do try to use these resources could be targeted and intimidated not to make use of the resources. Such actions are entirely unacceptable. Removing any reading materials from our schools that reflects a child's identity is like erasing that child with devastating consequences. All children are vulnerable and count on their schools to be safe. Schools cannot be safe spaces when materials that represent the children are not included. To remove materials that represents all children fosters intolerance, fear, loneliness, and violence. They make communities smaller, oppressive, and cruel for all students. Recently in the Brandon Sun, there was a column that spoke about a teachable moment. We as teachers really do love our teachable moments in the classrooms, as these are the unscripted, unrehearsed, real, and meaningful conversations that we are able to have with our students. The author of the column was right. This is a teachable moment for the children in Brandon School Division. We have, as the Brandon School Division, as teachers, as parents, and as a city, an opportunity to teach our children. The children of Brandon are watching. They are listening. They are waiting to see the outcome of tonight's meeting. In today's teachable moment, are we going to teach our children that we all have to think, act, look, believe, and be the exact same? Or are we going to teach our children that we can all think our own thoughts, be our own beings, believe our own beliefs, and be our own wonderful and unique beings? On behalf of the teachers in Brandon School Division, I urge you to continue the work that you are currently doing to make our schools safe and inclusive spaces. Please leave our libraries and the materials in them alone.
Thank you, Tammy. At this time, I would propose that we take just a 10-minute break, and I'll see you back here in 10 minutes. folks. The sooner we get started, the sooner we get to go home.
We're getting closer, Linda. It's going a lot faster than I thought it was going to, even with the applauding.
I see that Don Cuggy is already at the mic, so we can't keep him waiting too long, because he's an old guy now. I'm also, we have someone on our speakers list who really needs to leave for work reasons. So after Don, I'm going to ask Aaron Olson to speak, and then we'll resume with our regular agenda. Hey, Don, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Don Cuggy, and similar to the person who presented to this body 2 weeks ago, I'm not a doctor, nor am I a lawyer or a psychologist, and I'm certainly not a public speaker. So I'll try my best to stay in my lane. I'm a mostly retired teacher with 40 years of experience. I worked in K-8 schools as a classroom teacher in literacy support, staff development, and as a teacher librarian. I'm an avid reader of children's literature and have had the very good fortune to be a co-presenter at a session on that very same topic for the past 21 years at Brandon's Professional Development Conference held each October. I'd like to tackle 2 issues this evening. Number 1, I'm going to briefly walk you through some of the things considered when choosing a book for a classroom or school library. And the second topic I'll address relates to the suggestion put forth regarding the formation of some sort of book selection committee. So, first off, what do we consider when a specific book is brought to our attention, be it through a recommendation from a fellow teacher, presenter, bookseller, whomever, and we're trying to decide if we want that particular title for our students and staff? Well, the quality of the writing is paramount. Does it have literary merit, curricular connections, age appropriateness? And critically important when choosing a book, I would always have particular students and teachers in mind. Who does the book speak to? Who's going to want it in their hands? Will children see themselves in the story? Will their thinking be challenged? How will it help them grow as learners? Does the book have pedagogical versatility? There's a lot to consider. We're not choosing junk. So with this in mind, I'd like to share with you now a very short picture book biography called If You're a Kid Like Gavin, co-authored by Gavin Grimm and Kyle Lukoff, and I apologize for not being able to share the illustrations with you. I'll read it a little bit faster than I normally would because time is of the essence. What are some choices that kids get to make? If you're a kid like Gavin Grimm, you can choose which way to ride your bike, to eat worms in a dare, or to say no thanks. To listen to your mom when she says you can't have any pets, or to sneak a frog into your room anyway. But what are some choices that kids don't get to make? Well, if you're a kid like Gavin Grimm or any other kind of kid, you don't get to choose who you are. You don't choose your skin color, or your parents, or where you grow up. And if you're a kid like Gavin Grimm, you don't choose if you're a boy or a girl. But if you're transgender like Gavin Grimm, you might choose to talk about it. To tell your family, I know you thought I was a girl, but I'm really a boy on the inside. To say, I can't keep the name that you gave me, we have to pick a new one. To be honest about who you are. Well, if you're a kid like Gavin Grimm, then you'll go to school as yourself, a boy, a transgender boy. And then there'll be another huge choice that you have to make. In some places, it's not much of a choice because every bathroom is for everyone. But at Gavin's school, boys use the boys' bathroom and girls use the girls' bathroom. And since Gavin is a boy, well, he knew where he should go. But he needed to make sure that he'd be safe from stares, from whispers, from rumors, or worse. Well, months passed, Gavin kept going to school as himself, and no one seemed to mind. So instead of using the nurse's bathroom like someone who was sick, he wanted to start using the boys' bathroom like someone who was just a boy. Principal said it was okay, and that should have been the end. But if you're a kid like Gavin Grimm, there might be some people who don't think it's the end. A teacher at Gavin's school started to gossip about him, telling other adults that he really was a girl and the girls shouldn't be allowed in the boys' bathroom, saying that he should be stopped, that he should be forced to use the girls' room, and maybe that he shouldn't even be at school at all. Well, if you're a kid like Gavin Grimm, you'll be terrified and embarrassed and feel so alone. Gavin was laughed at and bullied and called all sorts of awful names. And when he found out that his school was going to meet to talk about what they should do, where he should go, well, there was another choice that he had to make. Gavin chose to speak up for himself. He went to the meeting at his school and told them where he belonged. He tried to make them see that he was just a kid, not a problem to be solved. It didn't work. But he still had a choice. He could have used the girls' bathroom, which didn't feel right, or he could have used the bathroom his school put into a closet, one that no other kid was forced to use. And he could have chosen to stay quiet. But when you're a kid like Gavin Grimm, you know the only choice you have is to fight back, to stand up for yourself. And your right to use the bathroom as yourself, and your right to be in school as yourself. There aren't choices, these aren't choices that any kid should have to make. But if you're a kid like Gavin Grimm, it's the most important choice of all. He went in the news in his town, and then he was on the news everywhere, sharing his story and refusing to be silenced. He reached out to a group called the ACLU, and together they worked to get the law on his side. He talked to other transgender kids with the same problems in their own schools, and he tried to help them too. Gavin is still working for people like him, for transgender children, adults, and anyone else who wants to live their life without having to fight for something as basic as using the bathroom. There are so many choices that kids get to make, and there are so many more that they don't. But since you're a kid like Gavin Grimm, you can always decide to believe in yourself and to fight for what you believe in. This is a story of courage and resilience. It's nothing to be afraid of. It's a book that invites discussion, demands it, in fact. It uses effective author strategies, engages the reader, asks them to think. So would I add this book to a library collection? Well, to coin a phrase, you're darn tootin' I would. Is this a book that I'd use with a grade 2 classroom? I'm not sure. At that age, I'd be a bit surprised if kids would understand at a deeper level the issues that Gavin faced. But I wouldn't hesitate to use this book with kids at a middle years level for a variety of reasons. And I most certainly wouldn't ban it. It's okay if a book makes the reader a bit unsettled. Same old isn't good. Just because a book might challenge a construct doesn't mean that you get rid of it. In fact, that might be the very reason why you add it to a collection. You see, if you remove a book from a library, then you make it inaccessible to students, obviously. So, congratulations, you've just severely limited their ability to connect with the world beyond them, denying them an opportunity to consider other perspectives, to evolve, and to grow. Children's literature is overflowing with excellent writers, writers who skillfully and intelligently share their craft with children, building their knowledge, their schema, and maybe most importantly, developing their ability to empathize, to walk a mile in someone else's shoes. Is every book for every child? Of course not. But as Stuart Smalley would say, that's okay. The second topic I'd like to address was a suggestion put forth at the previous board meeting regarding the formation of some sort of committee that would assess the suitability of books in a school collection. I have one word for you: yikes. A committee is not going to know my students or my colleagues, their needs, their interests, their likes and dislikes. A committee isn't going to know an author's intent, or for that matter, how a teacher might be planning on using that book instructionally. Scant few members will have any sort of background in children's literature, but what you will have are people who volunteer to sit in the committee because of some sort of political agenda, coming to the table equipped with a set of biases that will instantaneously position that committee on the precipice of a very slippery slope. Case in point, a committee is formed. A parent complains about the appearance of a book in her child's school library. The book in question happens to be Where is the Green Sheep by Mem Fox? Members examine Where is the Green Sheep by Mem Fox. Members examine the book. Most don't see a problem. Here's the blue sheep, and here's the red sheep. Here's the bath sheep, and here's the bed sheep. But Where is the green sheep? Until someone points out two particularly troubling illustrations. Two sheep sporting pride colors. It's got to go. That Mem Fox is at it again. Recruiting kids for the other team. Now, you might say that's not what we're talking about here. Well, maybe you aren't, but someone else is. It's okay to be different? Not for long. That Todd Parr is going to become one dangerous dude very quickly. Franklin has a sleepover. What are the sleeping arrangements? Lily's purple plastic purse. Mr. Slinger is a bit too far out there for my liking. We won't be able to use Seed Folks, Nightjaw, The Widow's Broom, Secret Path, Private Peaceful. The list will go on and on, like Florida's list of banned books, which now exceeds over 900 titles. The slippery slope, a thought or idea that can lead to disastrous results, like the formation of a committee to determine whether or not a book should be banned from a school. What could possibly go wrong with that, Bullwinkle? So in conclusion, I tried to stay in my own lane as best as I could. Not once did I ask why the woman who presented 2 weeks ago was referencing Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban as a source of wisdom, a man who most reputable news organizations label as an authoritarian extremist possessing a questionable human rights record while vehemently opposing immigration and diversity. Nope, I didn't mention that at all. I steered clear of her biblical reference, the one about children being brought into this world fearfully, though I have to admit that was a tough one to lay off of. And finally, I stayed in my lane and didn't say a single word about how some people at the previous meeting confused narrow-mindedness with courage. It's a simple mistake. But I will mention that if individuals like this are permitted to decide what should and shouldn't be included in a library collection, then we're no longer on the precipice of a slippery slope. We're careening down it, out of control. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Cuggy. Next presenter is Aaron Olson. We're just doing a little switch around here.
So, first of all, thank you for accommodating me. Good evening, my name is Aaron Olson. I grew up in Brandon, and I'm here today, like many of you, to discuss the proposal for a committee to remove books from our school libraries. As you're all aware, last week a member of our community came up and asked to remove any books that cause our kids to question if they're in the wrong body, which really spoke to me based on my own experiences with literature as a child. But just so you know, most of the details of what I'm about to tell you have been altered slightly. Let me take you back to when I was 9. I always felt like a bit of an outcast, and I was generally uncomfortable in school. I had difficulty expressing myself to the point that I never even asked to go to the bathroom because I was embarrassed about having a normal bodily functions. Meanwhile, other boys were openly farting on each other, and I just generally felt weird most of the time. But one day, my school librarian handed me a book called Silverwing. It was about a young bat who embarked on an adventurous journey to reunite with his family. The more I read, the more I found myself identifying with this brave bat. I began to wonder what it would be like to be Silverwing, to experience life as a bat. I found myself wanting to climb high and take flight, to navigate the world with echolocation, to taste the freedom that Silverwing enjoyed. This desire was so strong that it became a part of me. It was frustrating to feel this way and not have anything to do about it. I became short-tempered and started to withdraw into myself, just becoming generally an angry and unhappy kid. But fast forward to Halloween that year, and you'd find me, a young boy, dressed as Batman, embracing my alter ego. It wasn't exactly what I was looking for, but it felt more right than anything else. And I remember that Halloween well, and feeling like the happiest bat in the world. But the story doesn't end there, for I never truly took off the costume. I continued to secretly wear it at home because it felt right to me. I did this innocently for years, but as time went on, I started to feel less like a bat and more like the Batman. It was around 15 when I started to foray into vigilantism. I'm not going to go into gritty details, but needless to say, I put myself in a lot of risky situations and ended up in the hospital more than a few times. And when you think about it, this all started because I read the book Silverwing. It was not because I didn't feel comfortable expressing myself at school, nor because I didn't have a reliable adult to talk to about any of these thoughts. It makes way more sense that it was the book that caused all of this. So I understand the concerns that were expressed about the books potentially leading to discovering parts of yourself, and my story illustrates the potential dangers involved. So I think it's very important we have an even more powerful committee so we can control the content in schools before the kids go home and are exposed to countless sexualized advertisements or to go browse through filtered versions of reality for hours on end on social media. We can't control that, but we can control the content in schools. So my modest proposal is to first ban all content from schools. Every single book, piece of media, spurious clothing accessory, frankly, even colors should be discussed. Because what happens if kids discover that when you mix colors together, you get new colors? There are lots of adults who do not understand how that even works. So how confusing it is for a child. Additionally, if one thing is clear from the presentation at the last meeting, it's that the information can be very misleading. For example, it was implied at the last meeting that the opposition of 22 countries to pro-LGBTQ plus sex education was a positive sign of support. Whereas I look at it and I see that these 22 countries are in the minority of a committee of 47, of which Canada is included, and the opposition countries include countries like Russia, Egypt, Syria, Libya, Iran, and Iraq. All countries that are considered not free by independent human rights watchdog Freedom House. So clearly we can interpret things in a variety of ways if somebody can interpret having the support of those countries as a good thing. There are also concerns voiced about puberty blockers. And yes, there are associated health risks, but there are also longitudinal studies that report positive health outcomes that were not mentioned. However, if we are legitimately concerned about potential health risks for children, then we should also ban unhealthy foods from our schools. I personally think we should be working towards food security, but banning the bad things and hoping for the best is definitely easier. Finally, another alarming statistic for those unaware, but a 2018 survey by Statistics Canada reveals that 78% of physical abuse victims and 45% of sexual abuse victims experience the most serious incident of abuse at the hands of a family member. So perhaps this committee should also have the power to ban children from having parents and families, just to be safe. And if you couldn't tell, I think it's completely ridiculous that we're discussing banning literature in schools. Because there are arguments to be made for banning everything. And if you're going to ban something like a piece of literature that provides meaningful context and offers an opportunity to practice empathy towards people with different lifestyles, you may as well ban everything. And on that note, if you do choose to come up with a committee, I have a great name for you guys. You can call it the Faculty Assessment and Student-Centered Instructional Support Team. In acronym form, the Fascist Committee, because that's... because that's the road you'll be starting down. Just to be clear one more time, I do not support this proposal to form a committee to discuss banning books or banning anything else. The only type of committee that I would ever support is one that involves including children from all across the school board so that they can help us adults figure out how to create a better future. Because it seems like a solution for the adults in charge is to mortgage future generations anyway and continuously play a game of kick the can down the road. I believe we should be working more to empower children and encourage them to become more involved so they can find their own place in the world instead of continuing this lame game of identity politics. We should be working towards a more inclusive and an open environment instead of wasting our time talking about banning books. And that being said, thank you for your time, and I gotta go meet with my friend Robin for a completely unrelated matter.
Thank you, Aaron. Our next presenter is John Rosendahl, Brandon resident.
Good evening, Brandon School Board trustees and everyone in attendance. My name is John, and I come as a dad. I do not represent anyone else here tonight but myself. I'm a husband to a loving wife, a father of 2 children in the division. I stand before you today with a heavy heart. I've watched over the last 2 weeks as folks have expressed multiple responses to Lorraine's presentation, in which she requested a committee consisting of parents and trustees be formed to examine the books in our schools that include gender and sexuality. As parents, we have both the great privilege and a challenge to look after and raise our beautiful children. I'm sure it is the same for all parents in this room tonight. It is almost impossible to have a child and not feel that hardwired, instinctual desire to love them and keep them safe with everything that we've got to give. It's probably the strongest bond of love any of us may know. Mothers literally risk their lives to bring these beautiful, innocent children into this world and give everything they have to nurturing their precious lives. Fathers literally give up their lives to defend their children. On a lighter note, parents also have to keep from rolling their eyes at them for the goofy things that they do each day. I know kids that would eat cake every day, even for breakfast, if you would let them. Young kids do the goofiest things. They may decide to wear their shirt backwards or inside out, deliberately. They must consistently be told to tie their shoes and need regular reminders that baths, showers, brushing their teeth are important pieces of their day. Older kids are learning and building things in their middle and teenage years that I marvel at and honestly could not imagine doing when I was their age. They are a very challenging mix of enthusiasm and hormones that we help to navigate through their journey to adulthood with a healthy dose of independence, love, and parental guidance. Over the past few weeks, I've spoken with a number of folks about Lorraine's presentation with both positive and negative responses. With my children in mind, I've watched and rewatched her presentation. I've looked up some of the books quoted from. Again, With my kids in mind, I thought about the request she brought forth, which was to ask if a committee of some trustees and parents could be formed to examine books about gender identity or sexuality, to identify and address concerns with those which may be age inappropriate. The conclusion I came to was this: we are here because we are all invested in the lives of kids who are in the school division. We all love them deeply. We all want the best for them. With that common ground, my most sincere hope is that we would all have the tolerance to allow each other to ask questions about the education they're receiving. This education is being provided by a public school system, and we should not only be allowed to ask questions, in fact, we have the right and obligation to ask questions, and we should be encouraged to do so. I truly feel for all the trustees who are under pressure in the blinding light of this moment, and I appreciate it is difficult and likely an impossible task to find solutions that will please everybody, but please try. I believe there is far more harm in not taking these concerns with some seriousness and the seriousness they deserve while deciding this motion. If the honest, legitimate concerns of all parents from all communities are not represented and included in the decision, it will harm our children and our community. Do not brush them aside or dismiss them as unworthy of your attention or serious consideration. If that happens, it will send a lasting message to many in our community. Instead, use this as an opportunity to bring folks together, rather than allowing for the continued divisions that are becoming commonplace today. Ensure that you make considerations for all our children when weighing how you will proceed. Brandon is a community of communities. We do not all think the same. We do not all dress the same. We do not all have the same religions or beliefs. We do not even cheer for the same sports teams. Many of us were not born in Brandon or even from Canada originally. In closing, books may be found to be inappropriate. Let them be examined by adults with the best interest of children and the light of day for all to see. We should have nothing to hide in our libraries. We should fear nothing about exposing what's in our libraries. This will build trust and confidence if done transparently and genuinely reflective of the concerns of the whole community. As adults, we do our best to fulfill our duty to protect the innocent children placed in our care. The number of people who are in this room now tells me, and should tell you, this is an incredibly important issue and deserves to be treated accordingly. As a parent, I do support formation of a committee to look at materials in the library and put them, if you will, the light of day on them. And if there are materials that are deemed to be inappropriate, make it public for everybody so everybody has the chance to discuss this. But don't just bury this issue. There's a lot of communities involved, if you will. Anyways, thank you very much for your time, and good luck.
Thank you. Our next presenter is Dr. Gautam Srivastava from the Brandon University Faculty Association.
Good evening, Brandon School Division trustees and members of the community. My name is Gautam Srivastava, and I am the current president of Brandon University Faculty Association, an association that has 400 both part-time and full-time diverse members. We are also the association for Brandon University that engages in teaching the young minds of all students that come through Brandon University. I have to be honest, I wasn't planning to speak today. I knew of other speakers from Brandon University that you have heard from today and will hear from again, and I was just gonna mail it in. Submit a letter, and that would be that. But in my mind, I knew that wasn't gonna be enough. I remembered that a month ago I was in our nation's capital, representing Brandon University Faculty Association at the national level. I spoke in front of 200 delegates from across the country that represent over 72,000 university teachers nationally. The main point that I spoke to was equity, diversity, and inclusion. I spoke about how I have been part of a movement at Brandon University to provide more inclusive environments for our members. I spoke about our new Vice President, Equity, Diversity, Inclusion, and new members at large on the executive that represent equity-deserving groups so that our members feel better represented and included in our association. I would be a hypocrite if at the national level I could speak about our commitment to EDI, but locally I kept my mouth shut. And so I thought it was important to come out tonight and let our community know that BUFA stands for EDI within all levels of education. BUFA will speak out against discrimination, racism, gender bias, hatred, exclusion, and bigotry. That is because you, all of you here tonight, is connected to BU. It would be almost impossible to find someone in this audience that in some way isn't connected to Brandon University. Either you yourself, a family member, spouse, child, nephew, niece, grandchild, granddaughter is connected to BU. And that is what a small community like ours has power in, being able to move mountains through our connections when we stand together. BUFA represents librarians and archivists, faculty, administration, instructional and professional associates, and youth sport coaches that make up the BU community at both Brandon University, at Brandon and Winnipeg campuses. We were outraged to learn about the proceedings of the May 28th Board of Trustees meeting and the discussion about book bans relating to two-spirited, lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queer, intersex, asexual, and all members of the queer plus community. The requested review committee not only violates BSD policy, it also challenges the rights and freedoms of all people, as protected in our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We also question, where would this stop? While it seems the books mentioned were for younger children, this type of regulatory committee could potentially have oversight to all books at all levels of education. That in itself is so dangerous for our community, potentially throwing away so much progress that has been made for our marginalized groups as a whole. Moreover, we at BUFA denounce all misinformation and patently false rationales for such a book reviewing committee presented by the presenter during the trustee meeting, as well as the trustees who applauded and supported this presentation. We challenge the presenter's motivations for raising such an issue. The Canadian Charter protects the identities of all sexual, sex, and gender minorities in Canada, as well as their right to be represented without discrimination in society and in our institutions, such as those of education and training. Since the establishment of Brandon University Faculty Association in the 1950s, we have supported other social institutions and unions in the community. Central to our constitution and mandate are our commitments to promote, represent, and protect diversity in higher education, which includes the right of social institutions, such as schools and libraries, to serve all members of the public. We urge the Brandon School Division not to support book challenges or bans, as libraries are institutions that store knowledge and culture for future generations. All identities, knowledge, and narratives must be protected to provide inclusive and equitable education for the community, and especially those underrepresented in the community. We also at BUFA are educators, and we openly invite all members in the community who wish to be better trained on issues as they relate to EDI to contact us. We would be happy to provide training to any member of our community that wishes to have it. Our membership supports the rights for young people to read books that represent diverse identities, and we support the freedoms of librarians to build representation in their own collections. We stand together with 2S LGBTQIA+ community in promoting acceptance, inclusion, and dignity for our members in the community. We stand in solidarity with our colleagues, the librarians and teachers in our public school system, who work to create a safe and nurturing learning environment for all of our children. I was happy to hear from some of our members that the John E. Robbins Library at BU, which a lot of you will be familiar with, will be acquiring copies of all the books challenged, as well as other well-regarded as well as other well-regarded resources designed to help children understand and accept themselves and accept others. Libraries fund equitable access to information for all of our community members. Our libraries will ensure that the resources that we provide access to are current, accurate, and well-researched information. BSD prepares students for training and skills beyond primary and secondary education to be successful contributors to our community and economies, as well as global citizens in the modern world. Students require the preparation necessary to do so. These preparations will include exposure to many forms of knowledge produced by a diverse authorship and representing a diverse set of experiences. Without a breadth and depth of this kind of learning, our community risks stagnating and falling behind the rest of Manitoba, the nation, and the world. On a personal note, my hope for all children in our Brandon School Division is that we see the humanity in each other, that we have open hearts and minds and learn about the lives and experiences of transgender and gender diverse peers, that in our commitment to truth and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, we are open to learning about Two-Spirit people and the important roles they played and continue to play in the broader community. To all the trans and gender diverse students and members of the Brandon community, I see you and will always stand with you. Your life matters. You are valued and important members of our community. To the May 8th delegation and their supporters, the world is a beautiful place, not to be seen just in black and white, but requiring all the colors in the rainbow to truly appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Srivastava. Our next presenter is Marge Trollope.
Can you hear me? Thank you. My name is Marg Trollope. Some of you have bought and sold houses through me. Thank you. I am missing a Lions dinner tonight because this is far more important. I am listening to the various speakers. Everybody is excellent, making really strong points. I hear a lot of points that are kind of us versus them. I think if we kept our books in our library and increased the books with knowledge about us and them, each side could get to know the other better. The thems, sorry folks. Anyway, the thems, the people who want the books banned, want them reviewed, etc., believe what they believe. I think we need to thank them because with that presentation last week, look what we got. Lots of support. So behind every cloud is a silver lining. And every book makes us stronger, better, helps us to learn more, helps us to grow. And it would be very difficult to have anybody go through all of those books, read them, make their own decisions about them, and decide what was fair or not fair. Our librarians, our libraries do extraordinarily well at having books available for all things, but the ones in the schools, as a former presenter said, the teachers look at these books, they decide if these books are right for the children in the classes they're teaching. So I think we need to leave that responsibility with the teachers in the libraries. They're doing a good job. Now, getting all that passed, I came to speak as a parent. So I'm a mom of a gay child. Now, like most people, in the universe, I think, a lot of us think we have open minds. So I think I'm a very open-minded person. Well, years ago, I dated a very nice fellow, and I always said every woman should have a Mr. Y in her life. Oh my goodness, he was so much fun. He could dance, we had intelligent talks, which doesn't very often happen when you're 17 and 18, by the way. We went to coffee houses, which were popular in the 60s, where people sat around and read poetry and strummed the guitar and sang songs. Fun, just plain fun. A couple of years later, I worked for a telephone system in the business office, and there was just this buzz. Now, we were 18 to 21 years, so there's nothing like 12, 18 to 21-year-old girls to get a really good gossip session going. Anyway, so the gossip went around that Mr. Y was gay. Oh my gosh, gay? Gay? What? Oh, that was terrible. I didn't know what gay meant. Like, I had no idea. So I'm listening, and they're really banging, they're really knocking this poor guy down. And I said, I said, I dated him for a while. He was really fun. I really liked him. And the gossip seemed to stop. I still didn't know what gay meant, by the way, but we improved Mr. Y's reputation somewhat, I guess. Anyway, life carried on, and I read a story somewhere after that and before I got married about a person, this was a true story, about a man who had been born as a woman, knew he was a man. Now, his story took place probably late 50s, early 60s. This poor man described in detail the horror that he went through as a child. And we've heard people here speak tonight about what it's like to be that child. It was miserable and worse, as you can imagine, in the 50s and 60s. Anyway, he proceeded, and he did decide to make the complete transformation, and was disbarred from his family, disowned by his church. It was just terrible, just terrible. So that was those are my only introductions to gay or homosexual or whatever, transgendered. Well, when we go past that, and now I've fallen in love with my husband. We're both very healthy people from middle-class families. We've had good upbringings, sort of, and we all have issues in our families. Anyway, it was, we fell in love. We dated for a couple of years. We got engaged, got married, decided to wait a couple of years to have our children so we could enjoy life a bit. That was great. Wanted 2 children, wanted me to be home full-time while we had while the children were young, etc. So everything's pretty apple pie kind of life. We got pregnant with our first child. We're both healthy people. We drank lots of milk. I didn't drink, he didn't drink. I didn't drink wine at all during my pregnancy. I'm not against wine, but everything's just apple pie order. So we had a bouncing, healthy baby boy. A couple years later, we had another bouncing baby boy. Well, at this point, I'm quite happy to tell you I have 2 beautiful, healthy boys. One is homosexual, one is heterosexual. Now, again, after this knowledge of Mr. Y, I thought of that a bit, and after a while, I was starting to get an inkling of this, but I thought, well, whatever people choose in life, they choose. I'm open-minded. If people want to do odd things, more power to them. It's not my problem. Anyway, at age 3 and a half, my first little guy, who's brilliant, at age 2, he was speaking in full sentences. You could have natural conversation with him. Cutest little guy ever. Big blue eyes, blonde hair, just charming little fellow. Smart as a whip. Anyway, one evening, he was playing with one of his friends and said to his friend, I'm a little girl in a little boy's body. Now, at 3 and a half, kids don't have a heck of a lot of knowledge about sexuality or anything else. They don't care. He just recognized that he was a little boy in a little girl's body. His friend told the mom, and we're all friends, we're good friends. The mom told me, not out of a, oh my goodness, what's going to happen here? It was just, I just thought, Margie, this is what your little guy said. I said, oh, okay. So then I thought about it, and I thought, well, maybe I'm not doing something right as a parent. Maybe I need to do something differently as a parent. So I thought, okay, now there were no books available. There was no information available. There was no program available, no organization available of which I was aware. So it's like, What will I do? So I thought I'll call a child psychiatrist, and maybe they can tell me what I should do differently as a parent. So I set an appointment and took my little guy in, which, by the way, I'll tell you my side, and I'll tell you his side. So we went in, and the psychiatrist had a little interview with my little guy. Came out just grinning from ear to ear. He said, he's precocious. He said, he's adorable. He said, there's nothing wrong with this little guy. Well, didn't think so. He said, how would you feel if when he was about 18, he came to you and said that he was a woman in a man's body and he wanted to change that? I said, he's my child. What's to think about it? That was the end of that discussion. Anyway, and again, life carried on. Elementary school was great till about grade 6. And at that time, his little friend told the class that he was gay. Now, maybe there were things happening at school that the children were thinking about anyway, I don't know. I was quite angry with that little child for a very long time, I must confess. And my son always said, Mom, it's not that child's fault. You know, I am gay. I said, yeah, I know that. Anyway, as time went along, and this back to the psychiatrist for a minute, as time went along, I could see the struggles my son was going through. I knew by now he was being teased at school. I knew he was being bothered, and I wanted to connect, and I couldn't find a way to connect. Again, there were no books. There were no organizations of which I was aware. There were no programs. So I watched my child hurt. He's a bright kid. He was very involved in youth seminars. One he went to was about children, and he had a poster that he brought home. It said, it shouldn't hurt to be a child. Now, we all agree with that. But I knew there was more to it than that poster representing all children. That child on that poster for him was him. It hurt. It hurt to be a child. And he didn't know what to do, and I didn't know what to do. If there'd been something, anything, would have been nice. Anyway, life carried on. About 14, he decided he should get a job. He was doing very well in school, and that wasn't an issue. So with permission from McDonald's and us and the school, he got the job. Probably for the first time since he was a young child, he had some friends, some real friends. He worked with these kids. They'd stay after work, and they would have long talks. Those people are still his friends today. Again, carrying on, he went to university, then he wanted to be in fashion. He went to London. He began to realize that he was gay. We knew it. I mean, it was just plain obvious. But anyway, he met other healthy, happy, well-adjusted gay people, transgendered, the whole kit and caboodle of that spectrum. And then he called me one day and he said, Mom, he said, they're all gay. He said, the jocks, the hockey, or the soccer players over there, the soccer players, he said, doctors, bankers, they're all gay. I said, well, I don't think they're all gay, but anyway. Yeah, so you're a larger group than you realize. Anyway, we are. Anyway, so he carried on. He did well with his job. He met a partner. And at this point, he and I knew, and that was fine. But he came home from London on a holiday one time. He was bringing his partner, and Dad's kind of a very conservative dad. He's a good dad. He's a conservative dad. He was aware his son was gay. That wasn't an issue. Anyway, so he called before. Now, by this time, my husband and I were divorced. And he called me and said, before we go out for dinner tonight, he said, could you come to Dad's and we'll have a drink? Well, Keith, my former hubby, and I just don't drink, but sure, I can go. Well, we never did have the drink, by the way. I got over there, and he said, he very strategically placed himself. So he's sitting here, and his dad is here, and I am here. And he looked at me and he said, Mom. And I said, yes. He said, remember how you always said that even if we were axe murderers, you'd still love us? I wanted my kids to know that my love was unconditional, no strings attached. You don't have to be anything but you. Anyway, I said yes, and he said, well, the good news is I'm not an axe murderer. And I said, whew, that's good to know. Anyway, and then he said, but if you folks are looking for grandchildren, you probably shouldn't look at me. He said, can you see where I'm going with this? I'm gay. Well, like I said, we're always quite aware. It's sort of like now. There's always that elephant in the room, but nobody really talks about it. Anyway, so I said, okay, and that was that. And by this time, he'd let us know, too, that his partner was coming. So the three of us went for dinner, and my former hubby and my son and myself went for dinner. Had a lovely evening and just chatted, same as we always did. And through this, I'm trying to think of some way and things that I can say that will let him know this is absolutely fine. And I thought, okay, if he were a straight boy and met a straight girl and was bringing her home, what would I say? Okay. So we got back to his dad's house, and I said, I'm going to go for a walk. And my son said, I think I'll come with you. And I said, okay. I said, I've got some questions. Well, you could just feel stiffened in the dark. He had come home prepared to get it out. He's gay. Let the world know. Get this over with. So, here he was prepared for my questions. I said, so, where'd you meet Tony? Well, you feel instantly relaxed. Oh, well, Tony works in this building. This is how I met him. We do this and this and this and this. And I said, oh, that's great. And I said, what kind of work does Tony do? Oh, he does this and this and this. Our whole conversation just became normal. As years have gone by and we've talked more and discussed things, it turns out that trip to the psychiatrist that we were doing for my sake, my overtime, sorry. Anyway, he took as meaning that I thought he had a mental health problem. He said, as does Sheldon, I'm not crazy, I'm gay. So it looks like I'm getting the time to stop talking, Mark, so I'm going to go. Have a good evening. Thank you very much. And I've only one thing to say. God made every single one of us. Not one of us got a choice we made. Not one of us got to say, this is what I want to be like. We are who we are, who we are, who we are, and God made you just as you are. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next presenter is Carly Jones, a Brandon resident.
Members of the board and community members in attendance here today, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today in response to Lorraine Hackenschmidt's recent presentation. My name is Carly Jones. I'm a resident of Brandon, a mother of 2 young girls, and a member of the LGBTQ+ community that Ms. Hackenschmidt clearly knows so very little about. My family is not what Ms. Hackenschmidt likely views as a traditional family, but what she fails to realize is that we are more similar than we are different. My wife and I both work in the hospital here in Brandon. We contribute to this community, and we are surrounded by friends and family who support us in our life together. We teach our girls strong moral values and encourage them to explore and ask questions about the world around us. I grew up in a small town, as did my wife. We both have heterosexual parents and grew up in those traditional families. While growing up, we had absolutely no exposure to literature or media that represented who we were as individuals, and it mattered. Representation matters. Literature can provide answers and reassurance for youth growing up in our communities. It is an undisputable fact that suicide is the second leading cause of death among young Canadians aged 10 to 24, and that LGBTQ+ youth are at significantly increased risk. Statistics, real statistics, show that LGBTQ+ youth are 4 to 5 times more likely to attempt suicide than their heterosexual and cisgendered peers. If we as a community truly want to work towards protecting children, then we should not be forming a committee to ban educational books, but should be discussing what supports we can put in place for these students who are at increased risk within our schools. My family and I would love to believe that the Ms. Hackenschmidts of the world are a small minority, but with the pervasive presence of social media, their voices are becoming louder and their hateful rhetoric has consequences. Attempting to draw parallels between the LGBTQ+ community and the exploitation and/or grooming of children is absolutely abhorrent. The so-called facts presented by Ms. Hackenschmidt have been debunked repeatedly as unfounded conspiracy theories. Since the early 2020s, members of the far right and a growing number of mainstream conservatives, mostly in the United States, have falsely accused the LGBTQ+ population, as well as their allies and progressives in general, of systematically using sex education as a method of child grooming and of enabling pedophilia. These accusations are baseless, homophobic, and transphobic. They are designed as a tool to create hysteria and social panic. Let us call Ms. Hackenschmidt's presentation what it was: hate speech. It is an undeniable fact that when language is used that vilifies members of the LGBTQ+ community, it correlates directly with increased acts of violence against these individuals. Our oldest daughter is entering Brandon School Division as a kindergarten student next year. It is my hope that she will feel supported and seen in her school, and that the existence of her family will be recognized and acknowledged. Most importantly, I hope she will be safe from discrimination, hate, and violence. The messaging our children receive at school matters, and it will matter greatly to my daughters. I'm often asked why we choose to raise our girls in such a small, rural, and predominantly conservative community. My answer is always the same. We grew up here. Our extended families are here, and family and a sense of community are extremely important to us. The majority of rural Manitobans that we know are kind, hardworking, loving, community-minded people. I often wonder if someone who shares the same misguided beliefs as Ms. Hackenschmidt was willing to meet my family, spend time with myself, my wife, and our daughters, if their minds could be changed. If they truly got to know us and see the similarities between us instead of the differences, if that fear inside them would subside, and they would choose love over hate, inclusion over exclusion, and peace over violence. I asked the Board of Trustees to decline to form a committee to ban educational books in our schools, and instead consider forming a committee to focus on providing increased mental health supports to our vulnerable LGBTQ+ students. As they will undoubtedly be greatly affected by the hateful rhetoric that has already increased in our community as a result of Ms. Hackenschmidt's baseless presentation. Thank you for taking the time to hear my concerns.
Thank you, Carly. Our next presenter is Paul Riffig, Brandon resident.
Good evening. Thank you all for taking the time to be here and for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm Paul. I graduated from Brandon University with an honors degree in history, and I've completed one semester towards my education degree at BU. I've also spent several years working as an educational assistant and substitute teacher in the school system. I'm here this evening to stand in solidarity with trans and all 2S LGBTQ+ people. I stand for the freedom for all to access valuable public 2S LGBTQ+ resources, such as books in schools. It is pure fantasy to connect 2S LGBTQ+ people or literature to pedophilia, sexual grooming, or any kind of rape culture. If we actually care about addressing the issues of pedophilia, sexual grooming, and rape culture, then we need to teach students the importance of consent, to see others as human beings deserving of respect and bodily autonomy, and not to dehumanize and objectify people they're attracted to. We must teach that no means no, hard stop, as well as teach about the importance of enthusiastic consent, to help students avoid being coerced or manipulated into sexual acts about which they have doubts. Moreover, we must teach about how age differences and power dynamics impact consent, so students can more easily recognize signs of pedophilia and sexual grooming. Books with 2S LGBTQ+ content, sexual content, or sexual themes help educate students and protect them from the exploits of pedophilia and sexual grooming. The effects of 2S LGBTQ+ literature and all literature that teaches about others' experience are only positive. For those struggling to figure out their identities, it shows them that they are not alone, that others have gone through and are currently going through similar experiences, and everything will be okay. For those who are not struggling with their identities, it teaches them about the lived experiences of others and helps them develop understanding and empathy. The feelings of confusion surrounding one's gender and identity existed well before the words for them did. These books are not creating these feelings, but are rather a response to them. They offer guidance and perspective to those already struggling with their identities. These feelings of confusion will exist whether these books do or not, and taking these important resources away will only exacerbate trauma and mental health issues for those who need guidance most. Furthermore, I hate to be the one to break this tragic news, but sex is a normal part of life. There is nothing wrong with sex in and of itself. Sex can be harmful, however, when people are not taught about it, not taught about their bodies or consent. Leaving children ignorant about sex is what leaves them vulnerable to sexual grooming and pedophilia. Books with sexual themes and coarse language are not inherently malicious, but are rather valuable tools for students' educational growth. People under the age of 18 are going to start having sex whether we want to accept this reality or not. They deserve to have access to literature that discusses sex and sexual experiences, whether it's picture books about the human body or novels with sexual themes and coarse language. Leaving them unequipped with these educational resources leaves them more vulnerable to sexual exploitation and violence. Books with sexual themes, coarse language, and other themes some may consider unsavory should remain accessible to students in order for them to learn about the real, messy, and complicated world. Countless works of literature that have been taught in schools for decades, such as those of Shakespeare, contain sexual themes, imagery, and coarse language. In Romeo and Juliet, Juliet is 13 when she begins her romance with Romeo. Should students therefore be restricted from reading it? Should we ban Hamlet because Prince Hamlet uses violently sexual language towards Ophelia and Gertrude? One of the many reasons this literature continues to be taught is because it provides valuable education on complex human experiences. Rather than sheltering children in middle-class ivory towers, let's grant them respect and freedom to learn about the world how it actually is, both good and bad. They should be given the educational tools to understand and navigate hardships they may encounter, as well as guidance towards making the world a better place. Masculinity and femininity are concepts which are socially constructed, individually arbitrary, different across cultures, and constantly changing throughout history. Most of us have grown up in a society that implicitly and explicitly teaches us rigid ideas about what it means to be a man or a woman. There is nothing wrong with conventional masculinity or femininity as long as the behaviors therefrom are not causing harm to oneself or others. Harm can come from these rigid ideas about masculinity and femininity, however, to those who do not fit neatly within the gender binary, as their experiences are often dismissed, invalidated, or ridiculed by those of us who hold socially ingrained traditional views about gender. If you've grown up with rigid ideas about masculinity and femininity and just don't quite understand trans and other 2S LGBTQ+ experiences, then that's okay. There are always people willing to discuss their experiences, books to read, and videos to watch. I just implore you to seek out these sources of knowledge to develop deeper understanding rather than reacting out of fear to something you don't understand. This fearful reaction, culminating in actions such as calls for book banning, causes serious harms to those who are already some of the most marginalized and violently targeted in our community. Trans and all 2S LGBTQ+ people have always existed throughout history and across cultures. We need to accept this reality and treat our fellow human beings with love and respect, or else we'll go down a dangerous path. Transgender and other LGBTQ+ literature was one of the first targets of Nazi book burning in the 1930s. Trans and other LGBTQ+ people were required to wear the pink triangle in Nazi concentration and extermination camps. At the last board meeting, the speaker who raised concerns about 2S LGBTQ+ literature cited Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán to buttress her argument. Viktor Orban is a far-right extremist whose government ended the legal recognition of transgender people and proposed legislation to ban LGBTQ+ content in any form of media. A majority of European Union leaders signed a letter in protest against this discrimination. The letter warns that the Hungarian laws pose, quote, threats against fundamental rights and in particular the principle of non-discrimination on the grounds of sexual orientation, unquote. Moreover, Orban is a racist ultranationalist who stated that he does not want Hungarians, quote, to become peoples of mixed race, unquote. Finally, Orban has publicly praised former Hungarian leader Miklos Horthy, who led the country during the Second World War. Miklos Horthy enthusiastically collaborated with the Nazis in perpetuating the Holocaust, directly aiding in mass murdering countless Jews, Roma and Sinti peoples, LGBTQ+ people, disabled people, and others the Nazis deemed to be undesirable. Viktor Orban described Miklos Horthy as a, quote, great statesman, unquote. Viktor Orban is not a figure we should appeal to as an authority on gender. Let's follow a path paved with love and compassion rather than fear and hate. The existence of 2S LGBTQ+ people is not an issue our society faces. Our society does, however, face significant problems. If you walk down Rosser Avenue at any time of day, any day of the week, you see endless poverty as people are crushed under the boot of our system and resorting to drugs and crime. We live in a system that lets families go to bed hungry while it produces more than enough food to feed everyone, but instead throws excess food in the trash to maintain profits. Let's teach future generations to approach their fellow human beings with love, understanding, and compassion rather than fear and judgment, and to be caring, community-oriented people who can help address the real problems our society faces. Again, I stand in solidarity with trans and all 2S LGBTQ+ people everywhere, and I hope you will too. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Our next, our next presenters are Carrie Judd and Marshall Morriso from the Sexuality Education Resource Center.
Good evening, all. My name is Carrie Judd, and I'm an ally. I'm the program manager at the Sexuality Education Resource Center here in Brandon. I've grown up on Treaty 2 territory and was a Brandon School Division student from K-12. I have been providing sexuality and reproductive health education in Brandon and Westman for 20 years. I'm also a parent of 3 children whom are Brandon School Division students. When I received the information regarding the call to ban 2ST LGBTQ+ books and sexual health books from school libraries, I knew that I could not stay silent and that it was important for me as an ally, parent, and the manager of CERC to speak up against this call. What some of you may fail to realize is the magnitude of this request and how damaging it has been and will continue to be for 2ST LGBTQ+ students, communities, and families if it was passed. Ensuring that all identities are represented is one way in which we can create safer and inclusive learning environments for not only students, but staff too. I call upon the Brandon School Division to deny this absurd request and stand in support of 2ST LGBTQ+ students, staff, families, and communities.
Danse Ndisnigasan Marshall Morso. I'm Inuit, Swampy Cree Métis. My roots are in Red River and Treaty 4 territory. I am a community helper, a storyteller, sun dancer, and feather carrier. I grew up here in Brandon and attended Vincent Massey High School, and I'm now graduating with an honors degree from Brandon University. And I've recently taken on the role at CERC as the 2ST LGBTQ+ program facilitator. And this role is a huge step in my advocacy journey as I have a strong passion for uplifting youth and creating safe spaces for youth to thrive in. I first want to acknowledge and recognize the courage and bravery of our 2S LGBTQ relatives that stood up in front of this board and spoke truth to power. That's courage. And to the Board of Trustees, what happened earlier with that individual, did that make you uncomfortable? Did you feel unsafe? Well, that's how 2ST LGBTQ+ members are feeling in the community right now. It is disgraceful that you even entertained this dialogue, that we're up here having to speak about these, and I ask of you to really think, Wanaska, wake up. As you will hear from my colleagues and community members, trans youth are at higher risk of suicidal ideation and identity issues because they do not have access to life-saving, gender-affirming education and care. It is incredibly disappointing to see support from members of the Board of Trustees in this harmful rhetoric that is based in discrimination, false and inaccurate information, and ignorance. I will not stand by as members of the board engage these conversations that undermine, degrade, and erase 2ST LGBTQ+ identities. I call upon the board to be a part of the solution and not the problem. By removing these books, you will be actively perpetuating violence and inciting what happened here today, not only to our community members, to our youth. I encourage the delegation that proposed the banning of these books to meet with the 2ST LGBTQ+ community members and hear their voices. I think it's unreasonable to take such a stance on a group of people you have not yet to fully understand and have a relationship with. In your presentation, it was said that concerned parents do not know what these words mean, two-spirit and non-binary. I do not believe that anyone can make claims about topics they do not fully understand. Educate yourself. It's key. There is no excuse in this day and age for ignorance. I ask you to reflect on your own biases and challenge them and ask yourself, what social norms have I internalized that are binary? And I ask you to also ask yourself, and how might this harm youth?
Some of you may not know who we are as an agency. CERC stands for Sexuality Education Resource Center. CERC has 3 offices throughout Manitoba, located in Brandon, Winnipeg, and the Pas. CERC is a community health agency in Manitoba and a leader in sexual health education, grounded in principles of consent, bodily autonomy, and equitable access to sexual and reproductive health services. Comprehensive sexual health education for youth and children is a fundamental and a core component of our work. The focus of the work we do in Brandon and Westman is providing comprehensive sexual and reproductive health education to students starting in grade 5 through to grade 12. We have been providing comprehensive sexual education for decades in Brandon and Westman, and I can assure all of you in this room the education we provide in the classroom is age-appropriate, relevant, accessible, inclusive, non-judgmental, safe, and unbiased. That is mandated by the province. Just so you can get a vision of the importance of our works, here is a few quotes directly from youth workshop participants in Brandon and Westman. I'm beyond proud to share these with you. There are so many different definitions of how people view themselves and how they label themselves, said a student. Not to call someone queer unless they specify that is what they prefer, said another. Supporting others about how they see themselves and how they feel, said another student. Respect and trust are very important, as well as communication. I learned that there are sexual rights. I learned to respect people's boundaries and ask for consent before you do something that will affect the other person, said another. I felt good that I could share information about myself. I felt accepted for who I was, and I'm super happy that these things are being talked about. This presentation was very helpful, said another student. I enjoyed the use of non-judgmental words towards different genders, sexualities, and preferences. Probably the best sex ed that I've ever had, said another student. And you guys do a great job of explaining all of this in a non-judgmental way, said another. These quotes and sentiments are from our participants. This reflects the importance and the value that the work of CIRC is known as. Next, we would like to share some information about the history of comprehensive sex ed and the shifts that we have made over the years. Sexual health education has had a history of being contested, debated, and questioned, as this continues to be the narrative. Comprehensive sexual education is a right and an essential part of healthcare as it works to promote positive health outcomes and reduce negative ones. Comprehensive sexual education is a way of understanding and teaching human sexuality and reproductive health. Comprehensive sexual education recognizes mental, emotional, physical, and social aspects of sexuality and how these things interact within our lives. Sexual education in the past was fear-based and focused heavily on abstinence as the only option. Today, CIRC's method of teaching sexuality education emphasizes the importance of wellness, pleasure, and choice. The books that are currently being scrutinized explore these concepts.
So why did the strategy for sexual health education change? The approach changed because it was recognized that we need to support healthy sexual development among children and youth, and that is done through support and non-judgment, not shame and fear-based. Only learning how to use a condom or teaching abstinence alone does not answer young people's questions about what is happening in their lives. It does not prepare them with the skills they need to keep themselves physically safe and emotionally well. A comprehensive, strength-based approach to sexual education recognizes the complicated and conflicting messages that youth receive about how to feel, act, look, and behave. At CIRC, we connect to the organization like CCAN, Sex Information and Educational Council of Canada, and Action Canada for Sexual Health and Rights, whose mission is to provide the latest research in sexual health to organizations like ours. Evidence-based research is one of our core of our work, and time again, the evidence shows us that there are many benefits of comprehensive sex ed for children and youth. Research shows that the best way to provide sexual health education for youth is not to focus on risk or teach from a place of fear or shame, but to include education about gender, power, and relationships, because these factors play major roles in shaping our sexuality and sexual experiences. The outcomes for CSE go far beyond preventing sexually transmitted infections in pregnancy. They also include prevention of child sexual abuse, prevention of dating and intimate partner violence, appreciation of sexual diversity, including reduced homophobic attitudes and reduced bullying and harassment, increased safer learning environments for 2ST LGBTQ+ youth, increased safety for students often targeted by those attitudes, expanded understanding of gender and gender norms, improved healthier relationships, increased empathy and respect for others, improved skills for managing feelings, improved body image and sense of self, and increased media literacy, including media deconstruction skills. A common barrier to the delivery of CSE in public spaces, including schools, libraries, and elsewhere, is the assumption that it may encourage young people to be more sexually active. This worry has driven much of the pushback against CSE, and it has reduced stigma around, or has reinforced stigma around sexuality. There is no evidence to support the assumption that the opposite is actually true. Research shows that CSE does not increase sexual activity. Sexually risk-taking behaviors, or STI, sexually transmitted infections like HIV rates. CSE leads to improved knowledge and more positive attitudes around sexuality, including increased understanding of rights within a sexual relationship, more communication with parents and caregivers about sex and relationships, tools to better manage situations that involve risk. These factors help youth advocate for themselves and give them tools they need to keep themselves safe and healthy. In other words, Comprehensive sexual education does not groom children for sexual predators. A lack of representation, dignity, and agency is what really grooms young people, and it makes them more easily manipulated. CSE makes children and youth less vulnerable to sexual exploitation by giving them the knowledge and tools to communicate about these topics in appropriate ways.
On May 8th, the proposal was presented at the Brandon School Division Board meeting. This presentation used harmful and dangerous language to describe books that discuss gender diversity and 2ST LGBTQ+ identities. Using the word pedophilia to describe sexual health education is dangerous. It creates misinformation, fractures community, and stigmatizes people who are already marginalized for their identities. No matter what our personal values are, we need to learn to get along in a world with other people with views different than our own. Using this term in a false way is a disservice to children and youth by centralizing fear and trivializing true child sexual exploitation. Language is important. Echoing false statements harms young people and does not keep them safe. We cannot remove all potential harms from the lives of young people, but through things like evidence-based, supportive, and affirming comprehensive sexual education, we can give them the tools and knowledge they need to navigate these risks. Research from the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization states the best way to ensure access to high-quality information on sexuality and reproductive health rights is to include it in a written school-based curriculum that guides educators. In addition, Canada is obligated to ensure that comprehensive sexual education is delivered everywhere it is needed, which is everywhere. To ensure this, comprehensive sexual education needs to be available to everyone. Comprehensive sexual education is publicly funded. Comprehensive sexual education is publicly funded schools requires a strong and present role of parents and caregivers. We cannot underestimate the vital importance of these folks. Understanding what children and youth are learning in schools enables educators and families to work together to ensure comprehensive sexual education has support it needs within and outside of schools. The cultural context of sexual and reproductive health is rapidly changing. Teachers within a publicly funded school system are supported to stay current on trends and the resources available to help youth and children grow. People of all ages need access to information and spaces to ask vulnerable questions and receive answers without judgment. To exclude subjects like gender, pleasure, and choice from sexuality education is to ignore significant aspects of how sexuality is experienced and leaves youth underprepared and ill-equipped to navigate and advocate for their own sexual health. Comprehensive sexual education takes a community. Libraries cannot and should not be doing this alone. At CERC, we are committed to advocating for the delivery of comprehensive sexual education in all schools throughout the province of Manitoba and supporting service providers, parents, and caregivers in maintaining an accessible youth sexual health curriculum. Let us unite in support of public libraries like the South Central Regional Library and Brandon School Division for keeping comprehensive sexuality education books on their shelves and speaking out against censorship of books that recognize so many forms of diversity. Thank you for your time this evening.
I'm aware that it is 11:01, and what that means is that we will need to suspend the rules so if we're going to continue this evening's meeting. So, Jim, go ahead.
As per Bylaw 9, 2019, Section 2.2, Motion 39 of 2023, moved by myself and seconded by Trustee Foley, that it now being 11 p.m., the rules be suspended and the meeting continue in session.
there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor? That's carried. I bet you're relieved we can carry on now. All right. That brings us then to our next presenters, Hudson Schoonbear and Sierra McTavish, Brandon residents.
Hello, my name is Hudson Schoonbert. My pronouns are they, he. This is Sierra McTavish. Her pronouns are she, her. We come to speak here as queer individuals, myself as a trans-masc individual. We are here to express our experiences, thoughts, and understanding of the potential book review and banning brought up in the last meeting.
Before we get into it, the beliefs and the ideas that from the last meeting come from a place of bigotry and a lack of understanding. That context is important moving forward in this discussion. On top of that, the behavior and responses from the trustees were wildly inappropriate to stand and applaud based off of the testimony given. I am an ECE, which means I am an early childhood educator. I also have professional training in the prevention of child sexual abuse. Sorry, I'm very anxious. Okay. Working in childcare, you learn a lot about the development of children, as well as what actually impacts development. And what I can tell you is that an exposure to LGBTQ+ representation does nothing. It does nothing to harm the development of children. All it does is prevent the likelihood of sexual abuse because they have awareness of what is allowed for their bodies. They have awareness of what is safe, and they also have awareness of the effects of anything that could happen sexually. Learning about sexuality as young as 3 years old has been proven to be beneficial in preventing children from being vulnerable to sexual predators. On top of that, I, as an LGBTQ+ individual, had zero representation of characters similar to me in media, literature, books, all of that. It wasn't until I was 16 where I even began to understand my own sexuality due to the lack of representation to make me feel seen.
Speaking from my own experience, I was a resident of Brandon and always have been. I went to Crocus Plains Regional Secondary School, and when I got to 9th grade, I had already known that I was queer. I didn't know that it was okay. My partner, when I was 14, killed himself because he was trans and he didn't have the support he needed. That did not give me a good starting point for comfort of the LGBT community. When I reached 9th grade and was meted by the GSA and multiple adults who were queer or accepting of being queer, I felt safe and I felt loved. And when I walked into the library and I saw queer books, I felt comfortable and I was at home there. I read a book named Whatever by S.J. Gosling in 9th grade. I didn't come out until second semester of 9th grade, not because of the book turning me gay, but because it told me it was okay for me to be gay. This isn't about turning straight kids gay. This is about making sure that gay kids turn into queer adults.
After I came to terms with my sexuality, I hadn't even gotten to tell anybody before somebody else told my boyfriend at the time, who told me that if I was gay, he would beat me. I then had to deal with that harassment for the rest of my high school experience. I had no representation until I was almost graduating, and that was when I finally saw myself. But because I couldn't see myself in anything,
I felt something was wrong with me, which led me to attempt to take my own life on multiple occasions, just like many other LGBTQ+ children. Almost 75% of us have attempted it before the age of 18.
I too have attempted suicide, and I speak from personal experience. You don't want to be someone's tattoo on your arm because you passed away and you killed yourself because of the lack of support. You don't want to be responsible for those kids killing themselves. That's why banning books is so harmful, because these kids don't have a safe place, and they don't see themselves in media, and they don't feel like it's okay to be that way.
You have no idea what is happening in a child's home. For a lot of children, myself included, the only safe place to exist was at school. And without having proper representation, without having proper community supports, in-school supports, school isn't a safe place anymore. The responsibility of the school board is to help create a safe, loving, supportive environment for all of the children who attend school. That is the whole purpose, is for everybody to be safe so that they can pursue their education, they can focus on their education, and they can thrive. That is not able to happen if gay children, trans children, and all other LGBTQ+ minors are not allowed to exist in school safely.
I also want to say one more thing before we conclude it. The reason we're speaking here today is because a family member of ours that we know very personally is a 10-year-old girl who goes to the Brandon School Division, and she is scared to go to school because she likes a girl, and she is scared that she's going to get in trouble for that. And that is absolutely appalling that we have to come up here and speak that today. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Our next presenter is Jasmine Davey, Brandon resident.
Oh, God. Okay. Good evening, Board of Trustees, fellow concerned members of the LGBTQ2SIA+ community and allies. My name is Jasmine Davey. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and they, them, theirs. I'm speaking this evening on the importance of representation in the community we live in, and specifically in education. I'm speaking as a previous student of the Brandon School Division, as someone who has family members in this school division and another school division, and as a non-binary lesbian. Personally, it was difficult to listen to Ms. Hackenschmidt's presentation, especially with everything happening to the LGBTQ2SIA+ rights in the United States, such as the Don't Say Gay bill in Florida, the strict regulations placed on drag queen performances, and various changes to healthcare regarding gender-affirming surgeries. It was heartbreaking to discover that people in my community felt the same way. The presentation I watched was transphobic and used fear-mongering tactics in an attempt to demonize the queer community, specifically those under the trans umbrella term, in addition to using factually inaccurate sources and under-researched articles. If reading about or watching stories with LGBTQ2SIA+ community makes you gay or transgender, then I should not be a non-binary lesbian. Growing up, all the movies and TV shows I watched, all the books I read, and all the stories I heard focused on the majority of white, cisgender, heterosexual couples, and that's what I thought my world looked like. It wasn't until I started public school in grade 7 that I truly realized how inaccurate that was. Ms. Hackenschmidt referenced a book in her presentation and said the following. The book called Who Are You uses the words trans, genderqueer, non-binary, gender fluid, transgender, gender neutral, neutrons, which the correct pronunciation of that word is actually neutrois, bigender, third gender, and two-spirit. Many adults do not know what these words mean, end quote. Hearing this shows that inclusive education should never stop, and instead of fearing what those words mean, do the work to educate oneself. Who Are You is an illustrated children's book that discusses and explains different gender identities and the gender spectrum. Another issue with removing LGBTQ2SIA literature from libraries is that it would remove culturally significant knowledge from young Indigenous minds. For those who may be unaware, the 2S in LGBTQ 2SIA+ stands for Two-Spirit. Two-Spirit is a modern umbrella term used by Indigenous people across Turtle Island to describe a person with both masculine and feminine spirits. Two-Spirit people are blessed by the Creator to see life through the eyes of both genders and often hold important spiritual and knowledge-keeping roles in their communities. I do not identify as Indigenous or Two-Spirit. Still, I wanted to add that this is an intersectional issue, and we as Canadians need to decolonize our ideologies of what gender means. While doing research for this presentation, I found many articles and research papers discussing the importance of representation in children's education. I will be quoting some of these articles during my time. The Pride and Joy Foundation published an article in 2020 titled LGBTQ Issues in Canadian Schools. In the opening statement, the author notes the vital role that education plays in children's mental development. The article points out that while Canadian schools are required to be inclusive concerning gender diversity and sexuality, not all schools follow provincial laws and curriculums. Please note the Pride and Joy Foundation is dedicated to preventing suicide and homelessness in the LGBTQ+ community. It is a nonprofit organization based out of Arizona, but has virtual programming and resources available for everyone. The University of Toronto has a document titled Representation Matters, and it's found in the Teaching Assistants Training Program. It starts by asking why representation is important and gives the following as a response. Representation refers to the basic idea that if students see people like them reflected in course material, they are more likely to identify with and be able to imagine themselves as belonging in the field. Research has shown that the reverse is true. When students do not see people like themselves, they may feel like they don't belong, thus reducing their chances to thrive, end quote. GLSEN published LGBTQ Visibility and Integration in Elementary Schools, which is a document discussing why it is critical to begin LGBTQ inclusivity in elementary schools. The document's opening paragraph says, in addition to gaining knowledge and developing skills, elementary students typically begin to develop an understanding of themselves and the world and people around them. As such, the social environment of classrooms and schools provides the opportunity for children to initiate and develop relationships and navigate increasingly complex peer relationships. That complexity can often lead to incidents of name-calling and the use of hurtful and biased words. If left uninterrupted by educators and other adult role models, these behaviors can take root in children's hearts and minds. It then goes on to state, beginning these conversations in elementary school will help young people develop empathy for a diverse group of people and to learn about identities that might relate to their families or even themselves. It is never too early for schools to set up a foundation of understanding and respect, end quote. After this, it provides administrators, district leaders, and classroom educators with practices for inclusion, as well as providing ways to advocate for inclusion and deal with questions or pushback they may experience. After discussing why representation in education is vital, I'm going to discuss why the concerns brought forward in the meeting on May 8th uses rhetoric that is extremely dangerous towards the trans community. It was suggested that removing these texts would in turn protect children from sexual grooming, pedophilia, and sexual abuse. This is a poorly veiled, fear-mongering attempt to connect the trans community with acts of sexual abuse against minors, and here's why that's so dangerous. An article published by The Peak in January 2023 titled, No, Queer Curriculum in Schools Isn't Grooming Students, discusses the resurgence in naked bigotry towards queer people and the dangerous tactics used to demonize the LGBTQ 2SIA community. The article states, what grooming is not is education that includes the mere mention of queer people. It continues with, an inclusive curriculum is critically important. As of 2021, 4% of Canadians aged 15 and older identify as members of the LGBTQ IA2S+ community. Growing up, that population having a curriculum related to sexual orientation and gender equality will help them feel safer and valued in their learning environment. The author added, early, age-appropriate sex ed discussions make all students safer from actual grooming, end quote. The best way to mitigate sexual abuse in children and adolescents is to properly teach sexual education to every student. An article posted in 2019 by Action Canada for Sexual Health and Rights titled Sex Ed, Preventing Violence and Increasing Safety discusses the crucial role that proper education in sex ed can have on children. It goes on to discuss what causes gender-based and sexual violence and the difference that sex ed can make. The article's opening paragraphs stood out to me, and I wanted to read them to you this evening. Sex ed, when done right, can be a key intervention to prevent childhood sexual abuse, intimate partner violence, and sexual violence. Educating children about their bodies, body autonomy, and safe or unsafe touch from a young age is an important way to keep them safe. By making sure that children learn about their bodies, including the correct names of their genitals, and about human reproduction and sexuality, we give them the tools and vocabulary to tell trusted adults and healthcare professionals when they need help. Talking about consent and safe or unsafe touch also means raising children who understand that sexual abuse is wrong. It's important to teach them that they have a right to be safe and to respect the rights and feelings of others. Beyond protecting children from scary possibilities, teaching them proper names for all body parts, it also helps children to develop a healthy, positive body image and to feel more respect towards themselves and sexuality in general. It helps counter the sense of shame and taboo that can be built around our genitals, desire, sexual pleasure, and sexuality generally, end quote. All of the resources show how important representation and education are and how beneficial they can be to young minds. Removing books discussing the LGBTQ2SIA+ community isn't going to stop young queer people from existing. It will simply make it harder for them to accept themselves. Seeing positive reflections of themselves in various media helps provide a sense of community and gives them a sense of belonging. Providing children with inclusive literature in any form can create an understanding and can shape them into caring and empathetic adults. I want to see young queer children become queer adults. I want to see queer people thrive. I want to see suicide rates for LGBTQ2SIA+ children to decline. And the best way to do that is to provide representation in their community. Giving access to inclusive education encourages empathy for others and can provide resources for everyone to educate themselves on the queer community and the issues we face. If the Board of Trustees goes forward with creating a committee to review the books in our school libraries, I ask that it be made up of educators, parents, librarians, and the general public. I ask that the focus be to ensure our libraries carry books that are as diverse as the community and the world. I hope that our libraries contain literature that is written by and/or discusses the LGBTQ2SIA+ community, people with disabilities, people with different family structures, and books that show and/or focus on different races, ethnicities, cultures, languages, and religions. I hope that the books in our school libraries can reflect the diverse community we have in Brandon, and that everyone can see a positive representation of themselves, their family, or their culture. To end my presentation, I will quote an unknown author. "What we don't understand, we fear. What we fear, we judge as evil. What we judge as evil, we attempt to control. And what we cannot control, we attack." End quote. Thank you for listening to my gay agenda.
Thank you, Jasmine. Our next presenter is Lisa Robson from the Gender and Women's Studies program at Brandon University.
Thank you for granting me the opportunity to speak. My name is Dr. Lisa Robson, and I'm an English professor at Brandon University. I'm also the coordinator of Gender and Women's Studies, and it is in this latter capacity that I'm here this evening to speak on behalf of the members of the Gender and Women's Studies program, many of whom are in attendance tonight. I draw your attention to the letter we recently submitted to the Board of Trustees, in which we voice our vehement opposition to the proposal to implement a process to ban books with gender identity, sexual health, and 2SL LGBTQIA+ content. As researchers of and teachers in gender, sex, and sexuality studies, whose work is grounded in principles of equity, diversity, and inclusion, and in condemning and fighting against discrimination and oppression of all kinds, we are compelled to speak out publicly against a proposal that is discriminatory, dangerous, and abusive in its proposed action and in its intent. We are here to call on the Board of Trustees to reject and denounce this proposal unequivocally and in its entirety. The very idea of banning books in our schools is regressive and completely antithetical to the notion of free and fair education, to the principle of intellectual inquiry. Censorship succeeds in suppressing and erasing knowledge. It is the enemy of a well-informed, intelligent, critically minded society. It is the enemy of personal development. Books exploring sexual education are vital to every student's well-being, to an awareness of this most fundamental part of the human experience. Books that explore diverse gender identities and expressions are crucial to understanding, acceptance, and inclusion, both of self and of others. Research demonstrates that sex, sexual, and gender minoritized persons are vulnerable to higher rates of discrimination and are at greater risk of violence, sexualized as well as general, of poor educational outcomes, and of negative health outcomes. These students are at greater risk in a world that is struggling to catch up to the necessity and benefits of inclusion and acceptance. Erasing these students from literary representation can only exacerbate the exclusion and hostility that threatens to continue to permeate our culture and harm their future. Diverse literary representation, in contrast, offers a space of inclusion, offers a space of understanding and acceptance to all students. All students deserve the opportunity to learn about all peoples, about others as well as themselves. Any suggestion that books with queer content are somehow threatening and therefore must be removed from school libraries is a discriminatory perception that has no basis in fact. Any effort to connect such books with notions of grooming or pedophilia is incredibly inflammatory, deeply hateful, and patently wrong. Reasoned, unbiased, comprehensive, critical assessment of legitimate, evidence-based research has long proven the utter falsity of this equation. There is no such danger. To continue to cling to this hateful canard is damaging in the extreme. While we all share the desire to protect and nurture students, giving into baseless fear-mongering and censoring books that enact diversity and inclusion is not the way. This proposal is not protection. It is oppression. It is discrimination, damaging, debilitating discrimination. Transformation and understanding comes through the advancement of knowledge. Therefore, to help promote greater understanding of the issues involved in this proposal, Gender and Women's Studies is organizing a public lecture series for the fall that will address the topics of gender identity, sexuality, education, censorship, and more. We will be bringing in scholars and guest speakers to share their expertise on these matters. We have already confirmed, for example, a presentation by Dr. Mike Graydon of Algoma University, who will speak on moral panics around queerness and pedophilia. These lectures will be free and open to the public so that anyone and everyone who wants to do so can attend, participate in, and learn from the discussions. Gender and Women's Studies would also like to extend an invitation to the members of the Board of Trustees to come to BU and audit our introduction course called Making Sense of Gender at our expense. We would be happy to pay the auditing fee for any trustee who would like to spend some time in a BU classroom exploring these issues with us and our students. We, all of us. All of us can always learn more. That is why we go to school. That is why we read. That is why we cannot ban books. To the matter at hand, the proposal, quashing it tonight is at its core a matter of upholding human rights. As we alluded to in our letter, the Supreme Court ruled on a similar matter in British Columbia in 2002. In its appellate decision, the court affirmed a Surrey School District's decision to reject a proposal to censor books with queer content. Surely, 21 years later, we can do no less. The Brandon School Division and its Board of Trustees and its policies and procedures as presented on the division website highlights as a primary value its commitment to providing an education to all students free from discrimination. Your policies also declare directly and firmly your commitment to diversity and inclusion. The members of Gender and Women's Studies share these commitments. However, we all must do more than talk about diversity. We must do more than write about inclusion. We must put our principles into action. We must live these commitments. The board must put its values into practice and reject this proposal to ban books. We implore that you do so without delay.
Thank you, Dr. Robeson. Our next presenter is Tara Leach, Brandon resident.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Gustafson, and Assistant Superintendents Gilleshammer and Zilke, and members of the public gathered here tonight. My name is Tara Leach, and I am a high school visual art teacher in Brandon School Division. I have had the privilege of facilitating the Gender and Sexuality Alliance group at my school since 2016. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight, although I am saddened by the misinformation and misunderstanding that were presented by the delegation at the last board meeting. My focus will be on my experiences as a GSA facilitator and the role of 2S LGBTQ+ affirming books in the lives of students that I have had the honor of working with. Back in 2016, when I was approached by a group of students seeking a GSA facilitator, I wasn't sure that I knew enough about gender and sexuality or was far enough along the path of 2S LGBTQ+ allyship. But the students assured me that my imperfect best was good enough, and all I had to do was just try. Indeed, that is all 2S LGBTQ+ students have ever asked, that their school community just tries to listen, to learn, and keep doing better to take care of 2S LGBTQ+ students, staff, and families, and thereby all students, staff, and families. I'm so grateful to that first group of students, and to every group and individual since, for all they have taught me about compassion, patience, and living with truth and authenticity. It is out of respect to them that I am speaking, and to encourage anyone, no matter your starting point, to just try, to be open to learning from and about the identities and experience of queer and gender diverse young people, and to protect their access to inclusive sex education information and stories that reflect them on school library shelves. Even if you have to love now and understand later, just try. GSA has been benefiting, illuminating, and connecting our school community for more than a decade. Because they are sensitive to what it means to be excluded, ignored, and marginalized, students in GSA are exemplars of empathy that come up with great initiatives to make our school safer, kinder, and more supportive to all students. 2S LGBTQ+ affirming books have been at the center of many GSA activities because of the quiet yet powerful way that books and stories can touch hearts and bring a community together. Sometimes someone will bring a book that is special to them to a GSA gathering, and we have good old-fashioned story time while they read it to the group. Other times, students will share recommendations of 2S LGBTQ+ positive books that have inspired, entertained, or sustained them. Before the pandemic, we were invited to visit elementary schools and read 2S LGBTQ+ affirming stories to younger students. And through a generous special project grant from the school division, 3 high school GSAs were able to purchase a significant number of books to enhance their 2S LGBTQ+ friendly library holdings. The GSA thoughtfully and diligently worked together to select books that they valued and that they wanted others to be able to access, and they advised our librarians what to order. What joy as the books came in and were placed on the shelves. The collaborative, compassionate, student-led process was really beautiful, and it's so good to know that the books that those students selected with such care back then form the collection that current students have access to today. Through these experiences and through listening to the students in GSA, I have come to understand that a book can be the first and sometimes the only lifeline for a young person who is queer, questioning, or gender diverse. Seeing oneself represented within the school and on the shelves of the library is something so essential to 2S LGBTQ+ folks. All of us read to know that we are not alone and to give us hope, but for 2S LGBTQ+ kids, the pages of a book might be the only place for a time that they might find themselves reflected and affirmed. Those in communities that aren't typically marginalized are often less aware of how important this literary representation can be because they do see themselves everywhere, in media representation, in our institutions, in societal structures, and so on. For these folks, taking a few books off the shelves just means finding something else to read. For 2S LGBTQ+ kids, removing a few books might render them invisible, lost, and bereft. I would like to share with you what some of the students in our GSA said to me after learning of the delegation proposing the removal of 2S LGBTQ+ affirming or sex education books from school libraries. What follows are the words of several students, but I'm going to read them one after another, pausing between speakers. If books like this, sex ed and/or LGBTQ+ affirming, are removed from libraries, kids will still seek information, and they will find it on the internet, where misinformation is possible and the support system that is available at school is not there. I read Sex is a Funny Word, and it's a beautiful book in how it portrays human diversity, including mobility aid users. In middle school, my friends started our school's first GSA. One of our main projects over a year or so was to get an LGBTQ+ book display or section in the library. When we finally did, we were very proud. It consisted of mainly children's books, and we had planned to read them aloud to some young classes. What we achieved made it easier for students of all ages to access safe and appropriate information. Students didn't have to search as hard to find a book that represented them. My school never had any books, representation, or GSA. It wasn't mentioned. There's nothing there. Now that I know more, I'm sad to realize that the kids that are at that school now don't have that information either. People who aren't informed don't take it seriously and might tease or be judgmental. Media that is really important to me is media that portrays healthy queer relationships in people around my age, like Heartstopper, and all the books that have healthy and well-rounded queer characters portrayed in a positive light. Percy Jackson was my favorite series for the longest time. The author put out a ton of sequel series with more gay, bi, pan, aro ace, gender fluid, and gender non-conforming characters, and I finally saw myself represented in one of my favorite books. My favorite of the series Rick Riordan put out is Magnus Chase, and Alex Fierro gets introduced in the second book, and she's trans and gender fluid. She's a strong character with a very well-developed personality and backstory, and that was the first ever time I saw a genderqueer person represented in media at all, which was a huge deal for me. And the way that it was handled in the book and how it wasn't a huge plot point, just, hey, I'm gender fluid, now go mind your business, and then, all right, you do you, you're really cool, by the way, was really cool. It would be really horrible if it or any other book was removed from the library. I had never seen myself in a book before I read Loveless, and when I did, I felt hopeful and seen. It's about an aro ace girl finding her way, figuring out that it is okay to be aro ace and that you can have a love story that is platonic. I think that the concept of book banning is itself flawed. If you don't agree with someone, silencing them isn't the solution. It saddens me that instead of having a conversation about the topic, people went straight to silencing. We won't get anywhere as a society if we ignore each other. I hope that hearing the voice of students on this subject is as compelling to you as it is to me. I would encourage anyone who would like to become more informed to reach out to the Sexuality Education Resource Center and to consider reading the Manitoba Education document supporting transgender and gender diverse students, which is easily accessible online. Provincial Safe Schools legislation requires every Manitoba school division, including BSD, to have and to uphold policies that support human diversity. Having books on library shelves that include an array of families, gender identities and expression, and sexualities is supported by this policy and legislation. All of these are readily available online as well for anyone who would like to learn about them. Our GSAs have been able to dream, feel valued, and take on exciting projects because of the clear support we have perceived and received from Brandon School Division. It is also good to know that the teachers' unions, MTS, and BTA, support inclusion and access to sexual education information and 2S LGBTQ+ positive library materials. 2S LGBTQ+ students, staff, families, and community members need to know they have this firm ground to stand on. Since May 8th, I have found myself reflecting on the purpose of schools and school libraries. I believe they need to be places we can dig into complex subjects together and support each other while we do so. Places where we hear diverse perspectives and find common ground. Places to practice dialogue and collaboration and develop empathy. Our role as educators, teachers, librarians, GSA facilitators, all staff, and trusted adults is to provide experiences and make safe spaces where all students can figure out their idea of a good life and how they can contribute their gifts to society and find personal fulfillment. This is not accomplished by limiting students' access to information and literature or erasing the identities or experiences of 2S LGBTQ+ students, parents, and loved ones, or by putting forward harmful misinformation that connects healthy sex ed and affirming trans folks with grooming and pedophilia. In conclusion, I ask you to please engage with the young people in your life about these topics. Listen to them, learn from them. You may find that they are inspiringly inclusive about the gender and sexuality of others and knowledgeable and insightful about their own. Trust that they understand their own identities and experiences of who they are. Yes, they do sometimes struggle with mental health, but that may be more about the journey of young adulthood in general and the very challenging state of the world that they are inheriting, rather than confusion about their own or others' gender and sexuality. They are finding amazing ways to navigate this complexity and create diverse, resilient community. If you talk openly and respectfully with the young people in your life, I'm hopeful that you will see this too. Please, just try. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. Our next presenter is Mike Terrio.
Hello, my name is Mike Terrio. I am a father of three. One son currently going to grade 1 at Valley View School Division. I'm told you to start off with a joke, so I'd like to start off by saying my pronouns are brilliant and handsome. Thanks. All right. I'd also like to start off by thanking you guys for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'd also like to commend Lorraine Hackenschmidt for speaking up about the pornographic and indoctrinating content at the last meeting. I believe she is a hero, and I'd like to apologize on behalf of our local community for the way some community members have condemned and defamed her by twisting her words and her intentions. Now, I would like to start off simply by just quoting right from some books, right from the Crocus Plains Library. We got 2 copies currently out right now. I'd like to continue here. On page 167, he could have been an active homosexual, but lacked the courage. Bestiality did not occur to him, and sodomy was quite out of the question, for he did not experience sustained erections, and could not endure the thought of somebody else's. And besides, one thing that disgusted him more than entering and caressing a woman was caressing and being caressed by a man. In any case, his cravings, although intense, never relished physical contact. He abhorred flesh on flesh, body odor, breath odor. Overwhelmed him. The sight of dried matter in the corner of the eye, decayed or missing teeth, earwax, blackheads, moles, blisters, skin crusts, all the natural excretions and protections the body was capable of, disquieted him. His intentions, therefore, gradually settled on those humans whose bodies were least offensive, children. Page 163. This describes insensual rape. Removing himself from her was so painful to him, he cut it short and snatched his genitals out of the dry harbor of her vagina. She appeared to have fainted. Choli stood up and could see only her grayish panties, so sad and limp around her ankles. Again, the hatred mixed with tenderness. The hatred would not let him pick her up. The tenderness forced him to cover her. So when the child regained consciousness, she was lying on the kitchen floor under a heavy quilt, trying to connect the pain between her legs with the face of her mother looming over her. This is once again describing a father raping her daughter. Not appropriate for children. I don't know what side you're coming from. This is the bluest eye. Like I said, 2 copies out at the Crocus Library. The bluest eye is what I was quoting there.
Please, Mr. Terrio has been respectful of all of these other presentations. Please let him speak.
I'm done with the bluest eye. I will now move on to a second book. This book is gay. It's also at Crocus Plains. What it talks about is how to have sex, all the different ways to have sex, and it's all oriented towards children. There's also some discretional messages about body shaming, fetishizing the sex drive of gay men, being pro-porn, and there's examples of Islamophobia. I'll start with page 148, where the book promotes the use of gay bars for sex. I quote, "Everyone is going to clubs to make out and perhaps something more. It's the human mating dance, and we do it to David Guetta in sweaty underground layers." Creepy. I'd like to remind you that bars, gay or not, are age restricted to practically all students at Crocus Plains. I failed to see how teaching children where to go to have sex is appropriate for something for school or a valuable lesson for students. It then goes on into elaborating on being pro-sex app, despite sex apps being, again, age restricted. On the subject of not including a face pic, if you think your key selling point is your bare chest, we're in a bother. Don't be a prawn. Great body, but I wouldn't eat the head. This is on page 160. Basically, we're sexualizing one part of the body and shaming the other. This kind of content should be promoting the opposite, body positivity. And you know what, maybe this is a personal opinion, but abstinence. Page 155. You may come to establish that gay and bi men in particular do seem to quite like sex. Okay, nearly everyone likes sex, but gay guys really seem to have cornered the market. Once again, this is you're fetishizing the sex drive of gay men. Not all gay men are horn dogs. It's a negative and harmful stereotype. Page 169. Basically, porn is fun and fine. No, it's not. Despite what this book says, porn is harmful, and there is plenty of evidence showing how children exposed to porn is incredibly harmful. Porn reinforces unhealthy and bigoted views of women and sex. The porn industry, like all sex work, also has a huge issue with human trafficking. Are these the values we wish to instill in youth? Are we to be teaching our kids that people are just masturbatory aids? I don't think so. Page 173, blowies. There is only one hard and fast rule when it comes to blowjobs. Watch the teeth. Why aren't you guys laughing? Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? No? You guys were laughing earlier. The term blowjob is massively misleading. It's more about sucking, although I stress, you're not trying to suck his kidneys out through his urethra. It's about sliding your mouth up and down the shaft of his cock. I'm not making this up. This is just what's from the bloody book. Page 105. How to argue with Muslims. Huh. Claims that Allah never states a punishment for homosexual behaviors. Not only is this false, but Islamophobic, racist, and cultural appropriation. All Abrahamic religions have the story of Sodom and Gomorrah in their respective texts. Finally, we got page 259, a glossary, which includes terms like rimming and scat. Rimming is how they describe it, licking the bottom. Scat is eating poop. So, is this for real? Are you guys all trolling me? Like, that sounds like something, licking butts is something you'd find written on a BSD school bathroom stall. Is this really the best we can do for representation for the LGBT? I think we can do a little bit better. There is no doubt that there is indeed pornographic content in our libraries being distributed to children. I believe this is grounds for a police report to be made. So, I asked the board tonight to elaborate if there will be any accountability for allowing this kind of content in our schools. I'll be honest, I'm clueless to the process of how you guys permit books in. I don't know if the board reviews it or not. So if they could elaborate on the process of how these books are allowed into libraries, that'd be great. I also think it's important for the board to elaborate on the other LGBT policies. I have gotten no information about the LGBT policies. My son's been in Valley View School for 2 years. It'd be great to know if parents are going to have consent and knowledge of a child's transition. There's an example of other school divisions keeping that hidden from their parents. Classes, access to bathrooms. You should be aware that there is a risk there, and if you go and look into the Loudoun County School Division rapes, you got to be careful. It's your butts on the line. I don't want you guys to get in trouble. You guys seem legit.
Okay, Mr. Terrio still has 3 minutes.
Okay, sorry, I'm just about done here, sorry. Eligibility for female sports records and scholarships. Are we gonna allow male students to take, are we gonna allow them? These are educational opportunities that are being deprived of women when we allow male students to participate. Mandatory use of preferred pronouns.
Okay, everybody has to stop or we're going to just call this to an end.
Will students be forced to use the pronouns of other students? And will they be punished if they don't believe that the student is a man or a woman? I think there's a fine line there. Are we going to be forcing people to conform to this ideology? We're not. Just make it clear where the Brandon School Division sits, I think, is the best way to go about it. I think these are all valid concerns that BSD needs to be transparent to parents about, so we can all make informed decisions about what our children are learning and what we got to tell them when they come home. I look forward to any kind of response I can get from the board. Thank you for your time. SBG for life.
presenter is Shayna Dubnik, Brandon resident.
How did I have to follow that? At this point of the night, we've been here, we've heard it all. At this point, I feel like just saying ditto and walking away, but we've made it this long, bear with me. Yeah. During the meeting on May 8th, I was sad and frustrated to hear the points brought up by Ms. Hackenschmidt regarding the removal of books from our schools that hold any subject relating to the LGBTQIA2S+ community. We all see the damage being done in the USA with regards to the rights of anyone identifying as anything other than a straight male or straight female. I will not stand by and let those acts of hate trickle into my own community. While you heard from Ms. Hackenschmidt on topics of mental health, on doctors' lack of due diligence when it came to their patients' mental health, and gender-affirming surgeries, and the possible side effects of the medications and hormones one must take in order to feel comfortable in their own bodies, she failed to prove that books in school were to blame. Incidents based on an act of poor judgment by one teacher in BC or one in Alberta do not a book banning make. Do you feel comfortable as a man, as a woman, as a person who identifies as such? That's amazing. For those that are struggling to understand where they fit, where they belong, and how to stop the struggles they face every day, these books could mean a world of difference. Finally, someone understands them. Finally, they have information at their fingertips that helps them sort out their feelings, their thoughts, their emotions. That's what books do. To quote an article from Team Leverage EDU at leverageedu.com, books play a quintessential role in every student's life by providing knowledge of the outside world. The importance of books in our life cannot be undermined, for they do not only help in broadening our horizons, but also act as doorways to connecting us with the world around us. They function as survival kits. Students in our schools reading books about the LGBTQIA2S community does not make them gay, trans, or otherwise any more than standing in this gym right now makes me a basketball. It's information. It's a source of information that may help them understand why the man at the store is now wearing nail polish and quote-unquote women's clothes. Why their sister, whom they've only ever known as their sister, now wants to be their brother. Why they don't just understand why their whole lives they've never fit in anywhere ever. Then they pick up a book from the library out of curiosity and their whole world changes for the better. They no longer want to end their life. They understand how they want to live it. How amazing is that? Talk about mental health and the good these books can do. I have young children, and we've only just begun our school journey. And already I have had the opportunity to have conversations with my 6-year-old son about some of these things we're talking about today. There's a boy in his class who has long hair, who he keeps referring to as a girl, and I've had to explain to him that just because boys have long hair doesn't make them girls, but sometimes boys feel like they should be girls, and that's okay. Girls may think that they were born wrong and should be boys, and that's okay too. It doesn't matter, because we are all people. We are free to make these decisions for ourselves. I'm teaching my children that no matter what they look like or act like, as long as they are good people, none of that other stuff matters. Too bad that wasn't taught 70 years ago. These are new times. 40, 50, 60, and so on years ago, people had to hide who they were. They had to hide the fact that they didn't fit the way society says they should. If they didn't, someone may have killed them for being different. While that is still likely a fear for some, we have come a long way from that. People are free to live their lives as gay, lesbian, bisexual, and we no longer bat much of an eye at that. The days are coming when anyone who's trans, two-spirited, asexual, and so forth will also just be largely accepted, and those days don't need to be that far off. It's people trying to drag us back to the dark ages that we need to watch out for. Between grade 3 and 5, while I was growing up in rural Manitoba, the Winnipeg City Library offered a program where we could have free memberships and order books by mail. As an avid reader, this was amazing. I had an entire library of books to order at my discretion. Everything from children's to adults fiction and nonfiction. Was I curious? Yes. Did I start ordering books that were intended for an adult audience to satisfy my curiosity? Yes. My mom didn't really check on what I was ordering. I kept a good mix, and she was kind of none the wiser that I was reading books I shouldn't be. And that's because kids are smart. They're going to access this content regardless. Besides, all these kids have phones now. There's nothing they can't find online anymore with a few swipes that aren't a million times worse than some of the books that we have in our libraries. We are all fearfully and wonderfully made. That doesn't mean we have to be the same. If you're straight, lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queer, questioning, intersex, asexual, or two-spirited, green, purple, brown, or blue, you too were fearfully and wonderfully made and have been given the free will to live as you so choose, and I support you. I just want to end this by saying that I hope things will stay status quo in regards to the books available to our kids. Times change. We need to keep up. I ask you, Board of Trustees, to dismiss the actions Ms. Hackenschmidt has implored upon you. There's no need for a committee. There's no need for a small group of people to dictate the outcomes of the many. There's no need for the removal of these books. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Shana. Our next presenter is Mandy Swiderski, Brandon resident.
I was the one coughing if you couldn't hear me. So I brought my water just in case. So good evening, everyone. My name is Mandy Swiderski, and my pronouns are she, her. I am a soon-to-be graduate of the Gender and Women's Studies program at Brandon University, though I am here today speaking on behalf of myself. The issue surrounding LGBTQ+ books in schools is one that hits close to home with me because of my studies and personal beliefs, but also because I'm a future educator who will be teaching in these schools one day. There are a few studies that I will cite in this presentation, and if anyone would like to have record of them, I can provide them. In the last meeting, the question, what effect do transgender books have on our children, was asked. First, I think it's important to discuss the effects that reading can have on children. Kristen Sharma, 2018, as cited in Lung and Adams-Whittaker in 2022, explained that reading can provide students with a sense of acceptance and belonging when they see characters who are like them. Lung and Adams-Whittaker go on to say that books are beneficial to all students because it allows them to learn about other identities that they may not have been exposed to before. They explain that this can, quote, foster children's self-recognition, understanding, and acceptance of other cultures, unquote. As we can see, reading is fundamental for our children to learn about the world so that they can make informed decisions about how they wish to live their lives. If we take these books out of school libraries, we are taking away our youth's right to bodily autonomy and stopping them from being who they truly are. While it is true that our brains do not finish developing until we are in our 20s, don't you think that our youth should have all types of information available to them to make accurate and informed decisions about their body? By having these books in our libraries, students are able to feel a connection with others who are like them. In a world that is constantly telling them that they are wrong, it is a relief to find someone, even if they are fictional, who is similar to you. Learning about the LGBTQ+ community opens doors for youth to discover who they truly are and learn that it is okay to be different. These books do not promote pedophilia or sexual grooming, as was stated in the last meeting. Instead, these books teach children to explore and to question the status quo, to think critically about the information they are presented with. By allowing children to access these books, schools are giving students the tools to learn and make sense of the world around them. Isn't that what we want? If you choose to take these books out of school libraries, you are removing valuable teaching resources and hindering the growth and development of our youth. Next, I would like to discuss the point brought up at the last meeting about adults not knowing the terminology surrounding the LGBTQ+ community. First, I want to say that not even I, who has a degree in this, know all the terminology related to sexual orientations and gender identities. It is a learning process that is ongoing for many of us. My solution to this issue presented is to simply look up the meanings of these words online or to use some of our community's valuable resources, such as CIRC, to learn about their meanings. Google does exist. It can be an excellent learning and bonding experience for guardians and their children to explore the meaning of these words together. There are many books out there that will explain the meaning of these words, including children's books. Many children's books present these words in an easy-to-understand format so that children can understand them. By giving children the words to describe their inner feelings, they will be able to understand themselves better. Now, I want to read you all a few excerpts from the children's book called The Gay BCs by M.L. Webb. This book is a perfect example of a book that explains identities and orientations in a simplistic way. So B is for bi. You can shout it out loud. I like more than one gender, and that makes me proud. E is for equality. We're on the same team. We all have the right to love, hope, and dream. F is for family, related or found. They'll stick by your side through your ups and downs. L is for lesbian. It's love and affection between two special girls who share a connection. T is for trans. It's a brave step to take to live as the gender you know is innate. And lastly, W is for wonder. With so much to know, always ask questions to think, learn, and grow. As you can see, this book is not sexual in any way. The language used is appropriate for young children and encourages them to be themselves and to ask questions about the world. One important thing about this book is that there is a glossary at the back that gives a more descriptive definition of the words, but it is still child-friendly. My point here is that children's books discussing LGBTQ+ topics are not inherently sexual, nor are they promoting pedophilia or sexual grooming. Even the teen LGBTQ+ books that do not promote these things, and to say so is inaccurate. It is true that LGBTQ+ teen books have some sexual content, but how is that different from a non-LGBTQ+ book that also has sexual content? For example, one popular teen book, City of Heavenly Fire by Cassandra Clare, has some intimate sex scenes between heterosexual characters. But that doesn't seem to be an issue for those supporting the LGBTQ+ book ban. It seems that the problem here is not the sexuality within these books. Rather, the problem lies within deep-rooted intolerance of the LGBTQ+ community. Lastly, I would like to provide you with some statistics to show that LGBTQ+ books are necessary for LGBTQ+ youth survival. In a 2022 study, Kingsbury et al. Found that transgender adolescents are 5 times more likely to contemplate suicide and are almost 8 times more likely to attempt. These authors also found that youth who describe themselves as homosexual, bisexual, or questioning are at least 2 times more likely to attempt suicide than their heterosexual peers. The reasons behind the heightened rate of suicide among sexual minority youth, that is, those are gay, straight, lesbian, transgender, etc., can be traced back to these adolescents' increased likelihood of experiencing victimization due to their orientation, which was found by Burton et al. In 2013. These authors found that sexual minority adolescents reported a higher rate of victimization than their heterosexual peers, which is believed to be correlated to their greater likelihood of experiencing depression and suicidality. My point here is that our LGBTQ+ youth are in critical danger. They are experiencing rates of suicide at much higher rates, and we must take action to change this. Taking away these books will not help the situation and will only make it worse. By not having characters to make connections with, LGBTQ+ students will feel more isolated, and that can lead to depression and suicide. Even if you choose to take away these books, these conversations will continue to exist. Taking away our books does not mean that our identities cease to exist. It only means that LGBTQ+ youth will look to other sources to find the information they are looking for. And this can potentially be dangerous, especially since the internet is riddled with misinformation. So please, on behalf of LGBTQ+ youth, adults, and allies, do not take away these books. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandy. Our next presenter is Joan Lawrence. Is Joan Lawrence here? We'll go on to our next person and see if Joan appears afterwards. So our next presenter then is Lonnie Powell.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Lonnie Powell. I'm speaking on behalf of my family and other concerned parents, not an organization. The subject of this presentation is up here, and then I just wanted to add that it was a veiled agenda of hateful and religious fanaticism. Also, I'm including discussion about a breach of BSD Code of Conduct in consideration of review. I have many other things as a parent that I could be focusing on, but at a time where intolerant perceptions are heard with stated intentions of pushing fanatic religious agenda into our local governments and schools, it is important for the generally silent majority of allies to speak up. To begin, I believe a quick review of the Brandon School Division Trustee Policy Manual and Public Schools Act is in order, given the topic the board allowed to be discussed at the last meeting. Policy 1, Values Framework. The Brandon School Division Board Policy Manual states that the Board of Trustees believe that every child is entitled to a quality education free from discrimination, amongst other things, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation. To this end, the Board of Trustees declares these core values, including respecting, honoring, and protecting the rights of each child without discrimination, as aforementioned. Recognizing students as unique individuals who require a positive learning environment that is safe, secure, and free from harassment and bullying. To remind the trustees, the Manitoba Public School Act defines bullying as behavior that is intended to cause, or should be known to cause, fear, intimidation, humiliation, distress, or other forms of harm to another person's body, feelings, self-esteem, reputation, or property. Section 1.23 of the Manitoba Public Schools Act states that a person participates in bullying if he or she directly carries out bullying behavior or intentionally assists or encourages the bullying behavior in any way. Policy 7, Board Member Code of Conduct. The position of school trustee is one of responsibility and trust, and individuals holding that position must conduct themselves accordingly, including abiding by the legislation and Brandon School Division bylaws and policies. I'd like to thank everyone that took their time this evening to present. I'd like to thank our teachers and other school division staff that create safe and inclusive environments in the Brandon School Division for children that seek them. I trust our teachers and resource staff to review and make available literature for our children. I would also like to thank the children in our school division and apologize to them. I am sorry that in this time that there are still attacks on the spaces and resources that make you feel like you belong. I want you to know that I am proud of you and having the fortitude to be yourself, especially where you have a presenter trying to attack your educational space in literature, that carrying on, being better, is what real courage is. To the trustees, I would look inside yourselves. Not one person made any attempt to halt that presentation. That presentation was fueled by intolerance and hate. Freedom of expression is a protected right in Canada. That freedom does not waive your responsibility. Now you have the chance to correct this. I have two requests. One, to avoid instances where hate speech is placed on the Brandon School Division meeting agenda, I am asking the board to consider a revision to policy 610-4. Delegations to the board meeting. Public presentations should not be allowed to deviate from the vision, values, and missions of the Brandon School Division. Therefore, the policy should read, delegations from the public are welcome to present to the board at a public board meeting, providing presentations align with the values, vision, and missions of the Brandon School Division. Request number 2. Trustee Silicki violated blatantly both the Brandon School Division Board Member Code of Conduct and the Public School Act anti-bullying legislation through the supportive discussion at the last meeting. I am asking that the trustees do what is required in policy 7.12, addressing breaches of the Code of Conduct at the board table. Given the gravity of the situation, the board response to Trustee Silicki's breach should include consideration for removal from her position. Thank you.
Is Joan Lawrence here? Okay. All right. That is the end of our presentations. I would like to, and I think that's what's going on over here, I would like trustees to entertain the notion of suspending the rules so that we can discuss this evening's delegations and petitions under business arising tonight, instead of deferring that discussion to our subsequent meeting, since all of these delegations and petitions address the same topic as the delegation of May the 8th. So,
thank you. As per bylaw 9, 2019, section 6.9, motion 40 of 2023, business arising section, moved by myself, seconded by trustee Gobey, that the rules be suspended for the purpose of allowing the board to consider and respond to the delegations this evening.
Thank you. Are there any questions or discussion about this motion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. So, that means that we have come finally to the point of the meeting where trustees will discuss the previous delegation from the May 8th meeting, as well as this evening's presentations. Okay. So we're going to, trustees have, I think, had considerable time to consider remarks that they want to make. So we will go around the table once and possibly a second time if there are questions. And I'm going to start with Trustee Murray, as he may have to leave shortly.
Thank you, Chairperson Ross. My wife is ill at home, and so I'd like to get back to her as soon as I can. I knew that this evening was going to be hard but I had no idea how hard it was going to be. Listening to the stories of the experiences of the people that spoke here this evening were very, very hard to hear. Jason Foster, is he still here? Well, Jason, as a father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, my heart aches for you. And I don't think I'll ever forget you or your story. Now, I wrote and rewrote my comments many times because every time I tried to do that in response to the May 8th delegation, my anger and my emotions took over and I'd have to start and stop. And I thought I had that all under control until Mike Theroux took the microphone tonight with the most bigoted, hateful, ignorant, uneducated nonsense that I have heard in 68 years on this planet. You should be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed of yourself. I can't, all right. I can't pretend to know the daily struggles and fights of our 2S LGBTQ plus community, but I am truly sorry for everything that you go through and continue to go through, and that issues like this are still an issue at all. Everyone deserves to be treated with simple human dignity. But if anything good comes out of this tonight, it's that our community overwhelmingly supports you, and it will rise in your defense. Some of the very few people who wrote in favor of the presentation ended their letter by saying boundaries must be put in place. And that is absolutely the only thing they said that I agree with. It is a parent's responsibility to set boundaries for their own children. To insinuate that you have the right to set boundaries for other people's children is asinine. Books are tools for learning. Libraries are repositories of vast and diverse knowledge. Censorship is never an appropriate response to diverse views. So about banning books and setting up committees with non-elected trustees, I do not support either. I will state categorically and that I completely reject the presentation of May 8th by Lorraine Hackenschmidt. I support inclusivity and diversity, and I will fight these issues as hard as I can for as long as I can. I will state that I support unconditionally the 2S LGBTQ plus community and their rights to live a peaceful, inclusive life, free from discrimination or bigotry. Thank you.
Who would like to speak next? Go ahead.
It's been a long week. Looking out over this crowd today, I have been so proud. I am so proud of all of you. I'm so proud of our community coming together, caring about our schools, about our students, because this is what Brandon is all about. You all came here to be heard, and now I want you to hear me. We do not ban books in Brandon. We do not marginalize and stigmatize the most vulnerable people in our population. We protect them, we encourage them. Those are our values. Those are Canadian values, Manitoba values, Brandon values. When people call for the banning of books, we have a clear and simple response: we don't. As most of you noticed, Max Bernier was here tonight. He probably thought he would find allies in our community. He was wrong. I am so proud of my city tonight. We have shown the province, we have shown the nation what Brandon really is: a city of openness, a city of tolerance, a city that chooses to be kind, a city that cares about each other and protects the vulnerable among us, all of you. I just want to thank you all for coming out tonight. I'm so proud of our city. I'm so proud of all of you. Thank you so much.
I hope I can get through this without crying. As I sat at the meeting last week, it broke my heart. You see, I am the mother of a gay man. And when my son came out, my biggest fear was from people like the gentleman, well, I'm not going to use the word gentleman, sitting over there. I feared for his safety. When he came out, which was more than 20 years ago, I turned to PFLAG to help me better understand him and what he was going through. Now, when he came out to me, I was not surprised in the least. My reaction to him was, are you going to stay for supper or not? Because you don't choose to be gay. You're born with those feelings inside. Someone once said, well, your son chose to be that. I said, no. Who in their right mind would choose to be gay? Because of all the bigotry and the hate and the ridicule that anyone that comes from this group feels. He went to Cirque, and he worked at Cirque. He did coffee houses at Cirque. The number of young ladies that came to me for mummy hugs because their own mother had turned their back on them. Shame on those mothers. I had loved my son for 22 years. And I was not going to stop loving him. My sister-in-law, they come from a French Catholic community. My nephews went to a French Catholic school. And there was a conversation one time, and it was before my son came out to my brother and sister-in-law. And the conversation came around to gay marriage. And Curtis might have been 9 or 10 at that time. And he said, oh, no, Auntie, no, gay marriage, you know, gay people, they're not right. And I looked at him and I said, Curtis, do you love your cousin Cameron? And he said, yes, I do. And I said, well, Cameron is gay. And so before I totally break down in tears, the only thing I want to say is be careful who you hate, because it could be someone you love. And I want to go home because my four-legged fur babies get their treats at 8. So they're not going to be very happy with me when I get home.
Who would like to speak next? Brianna?
a statement on behalf of Trustee Akena. He couldn't be here today. He had family commitments in Ontario, so I'll read it on his behalf. He wanted to join by phone, but it wasn't possible because of the change of venue, so I'll read his statement. Today I provide a statement on behalf of Trustee Callistus Akena dated May 23rd, 2023. The statement reads as follows. I'm unable to be on site due to a prior family engagement. Also, due to the change in venue from the primary Brandon School Division offices, I have been informed by senior administration there's no opportunity to call in to participate in today's conversations. The matter of banning books from Brandon School Division written by, for, and about individuals represented in LGBTQIS2S plus communities was put forward on May 8th by Lorraine Hackenschmidt. I preface my evaluation of the issue brought forward by stating Canada affords all persons freedom to express their views, beliefs, and we are able to exercise differing viewpoints. I have read several reports that I supported statements made on May 8th, 2023. I thank the speaker for coming, indicated she was a grandmother, mother, and former trustee with intent to understand her lens and perceptions. I asked whether the texts cited were age appropriate. I did not indicate my viewpoint of the issue as further discussion would be needed and evaluation of points presented require review. As such, my evaluation is based on an ethical and social justice lens and my role as trustee, which considers social, emotional, psychological, and physical safety of learners. To create an inclusive environment for all students and families, the Brandon School Division ensures that safe spaces and opportunities for representation for all learners are available, particularly learners who are historically the least represented and who are misrepresented in various mediums and societies. Based on the information presented on May 8th, some of which were inaccurate and misrepresented individuals in the LGBTQI2S plus communities and teachers, I do not support the banning of existing literature or texts that currently reside in Brandon School Division libraries. It is important that our libraries remain safe, open, inclusive, respectful, in places where students can feel seen by what they read in our library collections. Just as our food tastes differently, so do the books we read, hence the need for the library to represent the community it serves. The professionals, including teachers and support staff within each building, consider age appropriateness of library collections that represent us all. I am open to further conversation should they arise to ensure students and families in the Brandon School Division feel safe, respected, represented, and included. Thank you, Callistus Akena, School Board Trustee of the Brandon School Division. And I had a few short comments myself. I know there's always been different reasons why different groups have proposed to censor books. And if you look on the news, you can see divisions that have in fact banned thousands of books for one of several reasons. And the question I ask is, do none of these books have any value from an educational, literary, or even representative perspective? While I know it is important for students' families to be engaged in the learning of their children and understand that different books are for different students, I do not think that school boards should be involved in the censorship of books. When librarians select books for our diverse student population on any topic, they can use their understanding of the curriculum and students' emotional development and literacy levels to obtain books that are both relevant and appropriate to meet the needs of learners at each grade level. So I'm not in favor of censorship, and I feel that all learning environments in the school division should be safe and respectful. Thank you.
Brianna?
I would like to thank everyone for coming today. And once again, I would like to thank Lorraine Hackenschmidt for her presentation, because I believe that people have taken it out of context. context. At no point did Lorraine say anything against people. She was talking about books. And we need to look at these books, okay? We need to look at these books because why are we trying to sexualize minors in our school? Stop. Let me finish, please.
One more of those and you're out.
Let me finish, please, because I am not saying that all LGBTQ books sexualize minors. After Miss Lorraine Hackenschmidt's presentation, I decided to look into some of the books that are within the Brandon School Division. And that, I have it right here. I'll pass them to the trustees. What I found in the school division. This is not every single book of the LGBTQ thing. And I'm not saying to only look at LGBTQ books. I'm saying look at all books. Not that contain this kind of imagery and words. Because why are we trying to sexualize minors when there's an age limit for drinking, there's an age limit for smoking, there's R-rated video games and R-rated movies. We have an age for everything, but we do not have an age for these books. These books are not rated. So why are they not rated? Because when I'm going to send, because I have passed this on to the trustees. I have passed this on to the trustees, and I will send it to Melanie, who, if it's deemed appropriate, will allow you guys to see it on the screen, so you know what I am talking about. Yeah. I can just figure out how to hit send.
Madam Chair? No, we're not going to do that.
Okay,
we're not putting
fine.
Anybody else's remarks on the screen. We're not going to put yours up either.
That's fine. We don't have to. But I looked at 6 books. I looked at 6 books within our school division. Identical by Ellen Hopkins on page 150. He lifted her gently, sat her down on the bed beside him. Then he opened the snaps on the fly of his pajamas. It stood up, stiff as stalagmite. See how Daddy loves you. Show me you love me too. Touch it. He closed her hand around it. I know it sounds bad, but I wanted to touch it too. I didn't know what it meant, only that it made Daddy happy. I wanted to make him happy too. That's right, that's right. His voice rocked in rhythm with his body. Oh yes, my Kaylee loves me, my little flower. That is not LGBTQ, that is incest. And why is that in our school libraries? That is a conversation that parents have the right and the responsibility to have with their children. But if parents are not owning up to that responsibility, it is not the Brandon School Division's job to take that responsibility away from other parents who are. If a child is not getting that appropriate content, that is a one-on-one conversation.
Order,
Excuse
please.
me, people, it's my turn to talk. And
would you please let Ms. Siglicki finish her comments and then we will carry on. We still...
I actually don't know him, but I would like to.
We still live in a country where we have freedom of expression. And whether we like what's being expressed or not, we still have freedom of expression.
We are talking about books here and reviewing if the content in these books is appropriate. I'm not talking about marginalizing any groups. How does reading about a sexual act or viewing a sexual act in a picture book in our school libraries make anyone feel safer? Every person... Talking about books is not saying anything about a person. I am respectful to everybody, and I am asking that you be respectful and listen. Section 152 of the Criminal Code. Every person who, for sexual purposes, invites, counsels, or incites a person under the age of 16 to touch directly or indirectly with a part of the body with an object the body of any person, including the body of a person who so invites, counsels, or incites, and the body of the person under the age of 16 years is guilty of an offense. We need to be held accountable in the Brandon School Division for the books we have available to our students. I encourage my fellow trustees to second the motion, which I have here, to form a committee of trustees and parents to review and remove any books, not just LGBTQ books. This is not an attack against the LGBTQ books. I would be upset if I saw this type of imagery in a heterosexual book. I do not, I will pass this out to you if you want to see the book. I had stated at the start. No, that's okay. I had stated at the start that the book was Identical by Ellen Hopkins. I also have 5 more books in here about being sexually explicit. There's a difference between telling a child that incest is wrong, and if someone touches you, that you need to talk to someone, and a whole lot different than reading these descriptive things for minors. We need to be held accountable because there are, like I said, there are ages for video games and movies and all that sort of stuff. So why are we trying to expose our children to this at an earlier age? Children reach maturity at different stages. You cannot put them all into a box. Parents are the ones who see them the most. Parents are the ones who can gauge when that conversation is ready to be had with their child. But it is not, they shouldn't be going to the library, picking up a book, and starting that conversation way too early. Studies have shown that sex before the age of 16 increases female depression as you get on later in life.
That's my fault.
I mean, both, but I mean, I'm not saying. It's not. Many of these books were in the high schools. Some of them were in the elementary schools.
I would just.
I'm not saying I have the right. I have no.
Okay, a point of order. This is not a public consultation. This is a regular board meeting. Okay, and so I want to maintain some order here. I do not agree with Ms. Siklicki, but I will defend her right to her opinion, to express her opinion. So I would ask that you do the same. So we are having a board meeting here. We are not having a public consultation. So each trustee will be able to express their thoughts on this subject, and then we will proceed to perhaps a motion, content to be determined, but we are not having a question and answer period here. Okay, Brianna, do you want to finish your comments?
I will just say one more thing if I can grab.
Pardon?
I'll just say one more thing.
Okay.
It is right. Parents have the right to decide what their kids are reading. But how often do parents get to go into schools? How often do parents get to see what are on those school library shelves? Parents trust schools to protect their children, and if that child reads a book too early, it starts the conversation earlier than what they may be ready. So that is why I'm in favor of forming a committee to review books. It does not necessarily remove them, because I imagine there would be voices on both sides, but at least that conversation is started.
Thank you.
I agree to disagree.
Trustee Gove?
I agree to disagree. So, bonjour. Hoje aos coguês que Disney cans, when we see ho wash day in Disney cans, we see and do them. Oh. For the last 2 weeks, I've been sick to my stomach. Unfortunately, I was unable to be at that meeting. As you can tell with my actions this evening, I probably would have said something. It makes me sick to my stomach how media took this news and ran with it in all sorts of ways, and to know that my name as a trustee was attached to somebody else's comments hurt. Especially when you are an ally, you are a supporter, you are somebody who stands with others in community each and every single day. I am not in support of this proposal, and I am not in any way siding myself with comments made by another trustee on this board. My opinion is mine, hers is hers. You will always see divisiveness, whether it be in politics or on boards or on committees. That's actually healthy. If we all agreed about everything, you'd still be mad, right? This is healthy. This is pride. Now, if we can start coming together a little bit more on topics such as bullying, racism, and reconciliation, like we saw tonight, we'll start getting things done. I want to say, Miigwech, thank you for coming out and showing your support and voicing your opinions as citizens in this community. It has been an honor to be a representative for you at this table. Miigwech.
I am going to cut back my comments because a lot of the things that I was going to say have been said already, and you probably don't need to hear them again. I would like to address Ms. Hackenschmidt, although I don't believe she's here anymore, and the individuals that she represented in her presentation. There were many, many errors and untruths in that presentation, and those have been addressed by many people tonight, and I'm very glad that has happened. I was very concerned that Ms. Hackenschmidt presented information as factual when it was anything but. There were lots of untruths. There were things taken out of context. We have an organization who has written to us to say they are very disturbed that their comments have been taken out of context. People have also spoken tonight about the rates of suicidal ideation and suicide in the transgender population. So I won't belabor that point. There were so many things that were just absolutely untrue. The one I really must mention is where Ms. Hackenschmidt claimed that 22 countries reported to unite against Joe Biden at the UN. And again, I know it's being said tonight, but some of the human rights records of these countries are absolutely deplorable. And so to raise that as support for your argument is less than bright, I would say. I'll leave all this out. Okay. In her presentation, Ms. Hackenschmidt indicated that it is not possible to be born in the wrong body. I understand that this statement reflects her belief, but it does not reflect the science, and it doesn't reflect personal experience that I have had. And I implore Ms. Hackenschmidt and all of her supporters, I think they're over there, I implore you to try to understand how hurtful and how damaging those comments are to those whose lived reality is contrary to your statement. The statistics on the incidence of self-harm, suicidal ideation, and actual suicide in the transgender population are horrifying. In making such a statement, that is, that it's not possible to be born in the wrong body, you are denying the reality of others. It's an audacious thing to do. Because it is not your experience does not mean that it is not the reality of others. And to invalidate that experience and the challenges that accompany that experience adds to the pain that transgender individuals live with every day. And they live with that pain as a result of non-acceptance and the hateful, discriminatory behaviors that too often accompany that non-acceptance. So to remove the opportunity for everyone to be able to see themselves in books and to know that they are not alone, to know that they are seen, to know that they are loved, all of that contributes to that pain. And when I look at all of you in this room this evening, and as well as the group of 60-ish people in the Brandon School Division boardroom 2 weeks ago, the probability is that many of you have within your family a child or a sibling or a child of a sibling or even a parent who is gender nonconforming. And if you, as a family member, deny the reality of, to use your words, deny the reality of being born in the wrong body, who then do those family members look to for support? Who do they look to for caring? Who do they look to for love? So whether or not you acknowledge the existence of transgender individuals, they exist, and they are protected in various stated values and laws of our society. The Manitoba Human Rights Code is Manitoba's provincial human rights law. It protects individuals and groups in Manitoba from discrimination, and it's administered by the Manitoba Human Rights Commission. Gender identity, sex, sexual orientation are among the multiple characteristics that are protected from discrimination in the Manitoba Human Rights Code. Then there's the Canadian Human Rights Act, which on June 19th of 2017, gender identity and gender expression were added to the list of identifiable groups that are protected from discrimination in the Canadian Human Rights Act. All Canadian provinces now have gender identity and/or gender expression expressly included in their human rights legislation. And the Brandon School Division, which we have heard often this evening, the Brandon School Division's Board of Trustees' own values framework which is outlined in Policy 1, says, "The Board of Trustees believes that every child is entitled to a quality education, free from discrimination, irrespective of race, national or ethnic origin, religion, language, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, socioeconomic status, physical, social, emotional, intellectual ability, and beliefs." So in conclusion, I speak in opposition to Ms. Hackenschmidt's presentation. I completely oppose her request to form a committee of citizens to police the content of our school libraries. I speak in favor of the protection of human rights for everyone, including the protected categories of sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. It is mandatory. It's mandatory that our policies and practices be inclusive. Thank you. I will ask trustees if there is anyone who has additional comments they wish to make at this point. No? Okay. So having had those comments, what is the wish of the board? How do you wish to proceed? Jason is, what are you going to do? You're going to propose a motion?
I'm going to propose a motion.
Okay.
I propose the following motion. That the Brandon School Division Board of Trustees rejects the call for the formation of a committee of parents and trustees to examine books in our school libraries. The Brandon School Division Board of Trustees strongly reaffirms our administrative procedure 4535, human diversity. Brandon School Division Board of Trustees supports learning environments that respect and embrace diversity, that create welcoming and safe spaces, raises awareness and learning, support and protect everyone, including transgender and gender diverse people and others who have not yet identified. Respect and safety are for everyone, in every school. However, 2S LGBTQIA+ people, particularly transgender individuals, typically experience higher rates of harassment, discrimination, suicide, as well as poor mental and physical health outcomes. Creating school environments that respect and affirm gender diversity will empower all students and employees. Gender identity, gender expression, and sexual orientation are protected rights under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Manitoba Human Rights Code. The Brandon School Division Board of Trustees recognizes the importance and life-changing role that inclusive educational environments can play in building the personal resilience of transgender and other gender diverse students and their families.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder for that motion?
I am seconding that motion.
Thank you. Is there discussion of that motion? Do trustees have questions or comments at this point? Duncan?
My only comment is that I wish we could have done this 2 weeks ago.
Brianna?
I would like to comment that I agree with you, Jason. Everyone deserves respect. I will, however, not be voting in favor of the motion because I agree with forming a committee.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions regarding that motion before we call the question? Trustees. Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. have a few minutes of other business that we need to conduct at this meeting. So if you would bear with us, I'd really appreciate it. It won't take long. Also, under business arising, we have MSBA issues, and I just refer you to Appendix A, the e-bulletin from Manitoba School Boards Association. Item 504 is public inquiries. So I ask if there are any public inquiries this evening, and I remind people that our public inquiries set portion is only 15 minutes, not 15 minutes each, 15 minutes. So are there any public inquiries? He had some kind of meeting and he had to leave. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Yes, you have a public inquiry? That, of course, is not something that we're going to solve tonight.
No, the question of what can we do to protect them in the next few weeks and months up until this graduation day for our students who are already home. Never thought of that. And I'm sorry.
I hear you. As I said, we're not going to solve that problem today. I personally, from my own personal experience, am encouraged with the progress, such as it is, that we've made. Things are way better than they were 10 years ago, which doesn't, I'm sure, make you feel any better. But we are moving in the right direction, and we will continue to do that. I don't know if anyone else wants to make a comment, or?
I actually have no doubt that because of what's transpired in the community in the last 2 weeks, and particularly here this evening, that our senior administration will be making sure that our students are safe in our school. I'm quite sure there'll be communications to school principals to make sure that our students are not being bullied and are being treated well in the schools. I have no doubt about that, Brianne.
Laura. I think we can do that.
Yep, we can do that.
Okay, just a few more minutes. We do have, oh, sorry. The next election.
3.5 years.
We just had one 6 months ago. So it'll be a while. We do have some motions. Yes. Got him, yes. Thank you. You're right. You're right. Thank you. All right. So Brianna did.
Well, I understand it's policy that you need a seconder to bring a motion, so I was asking if there was a seconder, and there was not.
I didn't actually hear that, so so I'm happy to do it again. Is there a seconder for Brianna's motion? No. Okay. So the motion fails. Thank you, Gautam. All right, motion 37 of 2023.
That's mine, Madam Chair, moved by myself and seconded by Trustee Duncan Ross, that the request of QP Local 737, that the President of the Association, Mr. Jamie Rose, be seconded from the division in the 2023-2024 school year for 3 days per week from September 1 of 2023 to June 30th of 2024 for union purposes as per Article 18.04A of the collective agreement be approved, subject to the divisions being reimbursed by the association for all salary and benefit costs for the period of the secondment.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, all those in favor? That is carried. Motion 38 of 2023.
Motion 38 is mine, Madam Chair. So motion 38 moved by myself and seconded by Trustee Foley that the promissory note LTP S0579 for the purpose of borrowing the sum of $1,706,300 to meet partial costs of the following: Green Acres School Grooming Room, J.R. Reed School Grooming Room, J.R. Reed School steam boiler replacement to be approved.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried. 37, 38. We did 39. Okay, that brings us to bylaws. Bylaw 1 of 2023. This is the third reading.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moved by myself that bylaw 1 of 2023, being a bylaw providing for the borrowing of monies upon the credit of the said school division to meet current expenses for the fiscal year July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024, be now read for the third time and taken as read, is finally approved.
Thank you. All those in favor? Carried. We have no giving of notice.
Oh, yeah, we do.
We do have giving of notice?
Yes, please.
Oh.
Trustee.
Okay, we have no giving of notice. Okay. Trustee inquiries or trustee statements or whatever
right.
trustees may want to do.
I'm going to use this as a point of privilege in our agenda here, just to share some news, much like I've been sharing with the news over the last couple of weeks, and to share with our community. It is with unfortunate news that I have submitted my resignation to the board. I have recently accepted a new career opportunity with Ducks Unlimited Canada and will be going full-time up north to the Paw to start the position as the new conservation project specialist. My formal last day with the board will be May 31st, but I just wanted to say thank you. I really wanted to say Kachimigwech for this opportunity to represent our community at a board table. And, you know, I think of opportunities like this, and I think of my grandmother, who was a residential school survivor, and how she looks down on me and sees what I've been able to do with my voice, and how we often look at our kids and their gifts, and we nurture them, and we support them. And this has given me every opportunity not to just do that for my community, but to be a strong role model for my own children. So, if I could, I'd like to sing a song. I got my brother stayed out till 1:30 in the morning with me. You know, quite often we take for granted that word thank you. And I think over the last few years we've learned a lot about gratitude. And I am so grateful for the opportunities of being able to sit here and to represent my community, my Indigenous community, my family, and all of you. And for that, I am so grateful. Kichimigwech, Bedamai. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much.
What she said. I also want to wish Jason all the best in this great new opportunity that he has before him, but we are going to miss you. So we just have a couple of announcements. Our next regular board meeting will be at 7:30 p.m. on Monday, June the 12th in the boardroom. And additional information, I think everybody knows this now, but if you want to make a presentation, you're asked to contact the Office of the Secretary-Treasurer at info@bsd.ca or at 204-729-3114, no later than noon on the Tuesday prior to the board meeting. And of course, our meetings are streamed, which there were so many people watching this meeting tonight. So that's well known as well. So just before we adjourn, I would like to thank you all for your time in attending this evening's meeting. It is really heartening to see such significant participation and advocacy by our community for the protection of human rights for everyone, including the protected categories of sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. It's my hope that the motion passed by the board this evening demonstrates our commitment to the Board of Trustees' values framework that every child is entitled to a quality education free from discrimination. And the Brandon School Division Board of Trustees supports human rights. And just one last thing, particularly given the lateness of the hour and being respectful of residents of the neighborhood, I would just ask that people refrain from lingering on the property and just leave the grounds promptly and quietly. So again, thank you very much, everyone, and good evening. Good morning.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to